5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Yeehaw!
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban. Morphling.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Red Rider!
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Oracle.
No, this is meta.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ember Spirit. Ten seconds.
Slardar. Slardar.
5 seconds remaining.
Slardar. Say Slardar.
Dire's ban now. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dyer's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Send. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Oh my God!
Drow Ranger.
Choose your hero.
Ладно, смотрим дальше.
Prepare for battle.
No, this is meta.
老霸道了。Oh
每一把
my
都当最后一
God！
把，然后就也不要怕输。
No, this is meta.
30 seconds to battle.
Will to live. At last, the battle begins!
有没有神之一攻？
That was a burn.
Are you even trying?
Was well done.
First splash.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is drowning. What did you and I?
Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ship.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
What do you see?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hunting bounties.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Same as you, Time Hunter.
Ito, wait. Shoutout sa 16,000 na nanonood. Kay JR, Tigdeji, Bantatwa, Chris and Joy, Bantatwa, Jonathan, Babka, Arvin, Aragon. Shoutout
Radiant's
sa
middle
inyo.
tower is under attack.
Shit kayo. Share nyo yung live. Thank you. Wala nagsasalita.
有没有神之一高？
Radiant's middle
talagang
tower can't
caster.
handle this deluge.
Dire's top tower is about to take the
Radiant's
plunge.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is gone.
May iwan si Misha.
Bottom tower has
Meron
fallen.
yan. Cancel. Ano ba yun? Parang buhay lumalapot pa.
Radiant's bottom tower is smothering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Buhay na.
Your place is here. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
My traps fail.
Burn away your ignorance.
Pare, shoutout ulit sa'yo kay Raymond Pahutag. Thank you, pare. Share yung live.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Kaya ulit. Ate Bea yun. Yan, Chucky. Give mo Ate Bea. Give mo sa Ate Bea yan. Give mo. Sa Ate Bea.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Bingo. Bingo. Kaya walang caster. Yun, no? Lang.
And it's up.
Lang.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Ember strength, now rekindled.
Eh, gawa mo.
That's one way to cash in.
Basta pala yung gagawin yun.
Really does.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is drowning.
What? Dire's Radiant's middle tower was denied? Radiant scanning for enemies.
Ragi, ayos ko. Top network. 90 ang goal. Lamar lang. Huli.
Killed you without batting an eye.
Bawi tayo. Mga kapatid.
Can't handle this deluge.
Yawar. Diba yung sumili ang yawar na yan?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice! Bawi niya nga. Ayos ang huli, oh. Na-impale.
They got us.
Thank you, my beauties.
Oh, ayaw ko umalis dyan, draw. Ayan na. Nakaramdam.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Galing nga.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kailangan niya, no?
Incoming.
Habol ka ng habol. Ulit mo. Habol ka ng habol eh.
Coming in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is my coffin. Sewn up.
In the strength.
Lamang na OG dito. Parang OG na to. 1-0 to.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Are Radiant using echolocation?
Binigpit. Patay si OG. Uy. Kasang isa. Patay pa nga oh. Double kill mo oh. Wala. Dalawa.
From above.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Which
Ay mo umuwi, Leslaw ah. Ayun na si Seb Grandson. Papatayin nyo. Makapakaban takbuhan yan. Babay ka na lang.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Na 2-0 ng OG to, tanggal na tong ano to, Sonic na to. Malalaglag sa CI.
I'll take that.
Never refuse good.
I'm looking much
To the
better.
Dire. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Uli. Joke lang.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Kaya nanonood ah.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Be ensnared in fire.
Nabuhay pala yung draw ranger.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has swung its last battle.
Subtle bird.
Makakabot sa network to. Sa off-lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blaze here.
有没有神之一攻？
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the heroes.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this damage.
Yun.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Nakami siya, baka may natulong yan. Yan. Oh!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom. Dire are
Really
scanning for
tight, Hunter.
enemies.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ubus na ng OG yung Torre ah.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Homing in.
Awile. Ako pansin.
Boom, there it goes.
Never refuse gold. Searing
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Inako to, nag-pop tuloy ng BKB.
Players here.
Pinakama. Ay, wow! Pero mga kabukyo. Ulit, no? Oh!
Radiant's middle tower is under
Ang
attack.
pati ng morphing, oh. Okay, GG na, GG. Napasok sa system.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower just keeled over. Radiant's middle barracks have fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I can't wait to see Radiant's top barracks fall.
1-0 na to.
Radiant's top barracks have fallen. The tide turns against Radiant's top barracks.
I was
Radiant's
always
top
against
barracks have
them.
fallen.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Toronto to kayong sticker.
Rock it on.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Ah, nag-scan, nakita sila.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Nakita rin sila, oh. Ala, nag-scan na, nag-galing. habang hintayin natin yung game 2. Boom! Narok natin yung boom.
非常强的，不管是天命加
While he can brawl somewhat, I think into this draft, into this lineup that
manalo
they
yung
have,
boom, matatanggal
what you'd be
na
saying
ata
is
si-
let's avoid problems. Whereas Tide says let's cause problems, right? Let's run into this area and say, fight me, I've got a Ravage. And it also means that you're always going to be able to get that Ravage off because you'll purge off these silences
5
and stuns
seconds
coming your way.
remaining.
Yeah. Great front line, great against the creep push of Beastmaster specifically. Anchor Smash decent against Troll Warlord. Yeah, I mean, Tidehunter does make a lot of sense for Boomies. Got caught up in the idea that OD would have been fun to see, but I can certainly see where Boom was headed here with the Tidehunter pickup. But yeah, Yopaj is going to be playing that Primal Beast mid up against Laurel's Pango.
It makes a lot of sense this side. Like the more I think about it, the more I'm happy they went this way. Because I think like OD's kind of an unproven resource in these situations. And you know, you heard me say, even if you have the save, like who's saving the OD? These other heroes don't necessarily build Lotus. They don't necessarily provide a way of naturally saving you unless they can stun the other heroes. This way you just get great team fight. Also, you get minus armor. That's always something teams are looking for. The Shadow Fiend you might notice at the moment, and you get that via the Gush that you can easily build into Ags on this hero. So, yeah, I think Boom probably got the best pick remaining to round out this draft.
Yeah. Those certainly.
有没有神之一攻？
More you even talk about it, just makes more sense in the clear picture as far as where Boom is headed. Boom Esports, that is.
Yeah, you got to specify each time.
This is going to be fun. And where the chances over under 5 times we refer to the wrong team. I'm going to go over easily.
Maybe you call them B versus B&B, or
有没有
Is that
神之
even
一
better?
攻？
Boom versus not Boom. There we go. That's what we go with. We figured it out.
Southeast Asian Boom versus CIS Boom.
There you go.
Maybe that's the easiest.
Yeah, CIS
Boom
Boom
versus
versus.
Boom.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, let's just CIS Boom now. Oh man,
We're gonna
looks like
pause.
yeah, we got a little bit of delay before getting to this, so we can just quickly
Team
think
with the
about
most
like.
Roshan kills.
Oh, we that, yeah, you
That's
got
what
to do your
I'm thinking.
predictions. There you go. Team most Roshan kills. Should be. Oh man, this is actually tougher than you'd think.
It is tough.
Yeah, so.
I like Bet Boom.
I think Boom. I think their draft is going to play towards Roche quicker than Bet Boom. Yeah, we're already disagreeing. Like we're a disgruntled couple at this stage, Breaky. No. Will a towel be
Warlord
denied?
Beastmaster factor. You got Pango. I think Bet Boom's got
Will
these
a
Roshan.
tower be denied?
Yeah, but it's an SF and it's Ravage, right? So
Yeah.
So I'm thinking who gets the first Roche, because like in my mind, whoever starts to get Roche lead in this game is likely to take it. Because even
We
when
only have so much time here.
so
No time to explain it fully. Will a tower be denied? Yes.
No. God, it continues. We hate each other.
Total number of teleports canceled by stun at 25 minutes.
Destroyed.
2.
What do we got? Yeah, sure, 2.
And
Total number of trees destroyed by 30. We got.
That's going to be 107.
301
300.
plus.
It's 301. It's 301. Go 301. It's the primal beast in the game.
I'm good to go now.
This guy just presses W and deletes about 20 trees at a time, so then everyone's eating tangos. Then I'm not actually sure, like maybe someone on the prediction team could tell
30
me, like with
seconds
the
to battle.
trees destroyed, I don't know if it counts when acorn shot trees despawn.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. Probably not. I would assume not. It probably just registers only the actual
Probably
trees
not.
that are up from the beginning. So.
But even without that detail, Breaky, there is a Beastmaster as well. So yeah, I think 301's a safe bet. We've saved
That's what I
people.
was thinking.
Well, actually, we haven't saved people because of the delay between us like coming across in the cast. And yeah, no, the people missed their bets.
Unfortunate.
Clear for running.
Really contesting going on for the bounty runes. Just 2 Tim's gonna snatch one in the dire jungle. Headed top.
It's got the Blightstone. I like this with the SF. They're going to be able to bully the troll pretty effectively. Even the Undying, actually. Like, you got this health, but you haven't got armor.
Well, to that point, so yeah, sending the Shadow into the top lane and Thunder's making his way bottom.
Makes sense. Like, SF's weakness in these out lanes is because he scales slower. there's that whole idea that I can't walk on top of an SF isn't as true because his shadow razors aren't as powerful as quickly as a mid SF. So your immobility against things like boars can get you killed.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, nice line.
They're fishing for guppies with cannon fire.
Oh, by the way, the other thing, by doing the lanes this way, like Enchantress is on the Beastmaster lane, so he has to do an Axis build. You can't level boar.
Oh yeah, true. Gam is ready to steal those creatures if they get summoned. Point, level 1 Axis, already leveled up.
And the other cool thing about Ench on this lane is she mirrors the Skywrath. Like, movement speed wise, they're more or less neck and neck, but you have an armor advantage plus sustain. So overall, given time, Boom's lineup comes out ahead in this lane because Roger can't compete.
Yeah, I mean, this is very good insight as to why Enchantress was picked up in that 4th spot. In reaction to the Beastmaster Skywrath, I remind you that, as you're kind of referring to, definitely very, very powerful.
Yeah, he even started with Nature's Attendant, which I love that little detail. A lot of people would have came to this lane with Enchant, but it makes sense because your Tide doesn't want to try to kill yet. He probably wants level 3 with a point in each, maybe, before he starts to assist, at which stage you can have Gust plus Enchant against this poor little chicken that, as you may notice this day, still has 0 armor to start with. They improved it though. I think it used to be truly 0 and now it's 0.8, but it's still abysmal.
Wait up.
Oh man, noticed? Is he dead?
Tim's.
Oh, Tim's gone. Tim's gone. Bottom lane noticed. Might be gone as well. He sure is. So the first blood going the way of that Boom, but Boom responds.
One more piece. Kind of a rough start to this top lane, but kind of to be expected. Like the Blightstone is nice as I mentioned, but until you've got 2 levels on the Shadow Fiend, like 2 points in maybe Necromancer or Shadow Rays, these melee ranged hybrid heroes are just going to dive you because you don't have enough damage to keep them away.
Middle lane, I'm watching. Okay, Yopaj pushing out Pango. Trample on the back for CS there, but back to the bottom lane, Roger. Now he's in a bad spot, and FBC just walks on over and throws in the Anchor Smash. The bait is real.
Yeah, so he started to get the Ench low, but I'm surprised he commits to that stage, considering there's a wand on Scam. This is such a good one lane. You know, occasionally there's going to be axes thrown out because Notice needs to secure CS, and then you're against the Skywrath. If the Skywrath isn't spamming spells, he should not be playing Skywrath.
See, Beastmaster goes the Inner Beast there, so Wild Axes. It is crazy that a support hero like this could just completely deter a Beastmaster from going arguably his like best ability.
It's crazy that one support pit can dismantle an entire lane, right? Mid. I just, you know, I love Gary B. He made a comment in response to the Haas on Twitter, pointing out, like, you know, what a fun hero with this, like, initiation tool, this 2000 range. I was like, yes, also a 2000 range get out of jail free card.
Watch staying alive. He's got the bottle, got the water rune. Back to farm he goes. 18-10 against an 18-5 Pango, so has a denied advantage, but overall Pango keeping up with the CS.
Yeah.
CS though, Shadow Fiend's looking very good.
Exactly. Like this should happen as well because Seneca can only do so much with no armor. Like you can get all this health, but at the end of the day, you're gonna be trading with 2 Agi heroes. So while you reduce their HP, you don't reduce their damage.
Yeah, he's 9-4 up here. Pro Warlord, 18-5. Toadwink harassment.
Yeah, good job by Dahak to just chop all these trees as well. Tims doesn't have an option to try and curve shot onto Dahak, because if you stun him, he gets raised twice, and all of a sudden it's actually pressure onto the Troll Warlord.
Five minutes coming up. There's a rotation mid lane from Skywrath, but not much is going to come out of it. It's hiding, falling back.
And they're going to farm it. Scam is suddenly in the top lane because Tide is completely unleashed, doesn't need help anymore. They just dive now, and Taneko could die. That's going to force the 2P rotation. Nice stun coming out to Hawk. They can't get the follow-up damage. Still, they do force the TP rotation up here, and Tims will live.
Tims?
Or not. What? He had one.
Dead. 9 stacks, yeah. Look at these right there. But
I don't think he believes.
but Yopaj believes. He just charges in, does his primal beast thing, and free kill on the Skyrath that teleports back mid.
As you do, rotating a level 5 as a mid primal beast. Didn't even wait for the pulverize at level 6. Probably wishes he did, because he probably could have got a follow-up kill into Dahak instantly. But instead, he can just arrive in the back in the mid lane in time to stop this push in from the Pango.
Let's say Shadow Fiend missed one of his raises there on a Troll Warlord as they were diving, so I think that was kind of the moment of, okay, yeah, maybe we should have do this.
A Radiant using
Saw the Hoodwink
echolocation.
falling after committing a little too much. But, again, they traded out. And now Laurel is rotating. He is level 6. He's got him in there. This is big.
Oh, next to a wall as well. Jackie Boys instantly dodges though, but I don't think, I don't believe.
Heal? Skins heal?
Wait, no, you can't reach him, he's dead.
Very well played by Laurel.
Yeah. Play him scam before you can get in range. Really important detail there. It's good on the rotation. Bot lane, great rotation coming out from Yopaj. Secures a big kill onto the Beastmaster.
Yeah, these mids doing work. Rotating, getting kills.
He still hasn't used Pulverize.
Yeah.
Why even level at this stage?
How about our new mid lane, by the way? Hoodwink versus Undying. Let's go.
Woohoo! I actually like that they gave XP priority to Tims. Hoodwink is one of the most impactful heroes to quickly get Sims. You can talk about these ideas of things like Echo Slam, but the difference with Hoodwink is how low cooldown Sharpshooter is and how much damage it does against each target. 550 at max.
Plenty full.
Yeah, there's like not many spells that compare, right? Like now that I think about, maybe the other obvious one is Pulverize on a POS for Primal Beast. But that's a high mark.
As far as the Pulverize or the Sharpshooter damage?
In terms of like priority for 6, because like you can think of the obvious ones like Enigma, Shaker. Sorry, I should have explained it better. Like Shaker and all these heroes, like all big Echo Slam, all big Black Hole. But the cool thing about these type of abilities is the high impact and low cooldown.
Yeah. I was thinking like Finger of Death or something like that, but I guess
that's such a big cooldown though. Yeah.
Bottom lane, Beastmaster. He jumped in. Yep, there's a proper roar. However, the Ravage coming out. He does have enough mana for it. It's not going to matter. Gets the kill. He outpours after the fact, and he's in trouble. Yopaj, TP out. I said in trouble. Never mind. He's good. FPC, is he in trouble? He is tanky boy. This Tidehunter has got that into Defiance. Has another Anchor Smash to use as well. The knockback's costly from Laurel to the Swashbuckle, and they will cut him down.
Tower is
Yeah, it's going to tie in the end. He did commit the Ravage. Good read by Yopaj. As soon as you're like, he doesn't have enough Pulverize, like, he has enough for a TP. The funny part is, Tide, I don't know if his stick was on cooldown and Sol Ring was as well, but if he used either one of them, he probably could have TP'd out as well before the Pango gets the ult off. So maybe a way they all could have dodged death, but good read by BetBoom to respond in force, especially after the Ravage gets committed, maybe slightly earlier than intended.
Love the animation of this hero too. With the comes back middle lane, trample.
I told you, man, he just looks mad all the time. Like anything and everything he does, he looks angry. Taxes, like, you know, tuition. I don't know what it is, but someone's really got right. You know what it is? I figured it out, Reiki. He's so angry because he knows he's getting nerfed after TI.
Yeah, that's well, yeah. That's certainly a good chance of that.
Is under attack.
It's still TI. He is got to be happy about that at least. Might be involved here as Dahak. Axis farming nearby. Battle Fury is queued up, by the way. Here he has a broad towards it.
Sounds on SF. Deception. Yopaj trying to save it in. The Pulverize is going to keep him alive. They'll turn around and take out the Pango. Jackie Boys will live. Not enough damage out from Roger.
That is massive. The Tombstone, though, making it so Boom can't really overcommit to make more happen. But you know what? The fact that they keep Shadow Fiend alive and they kill the Pango in response, you got to be satisfied with that. So yeah, Boom, playing it careful. The Tombstone, 8 more seconds. Don't want to give it up. Sineko's trying to deter them, but he's not going to be able to successfully. That's 150 going the way of scamming the result.
Not not just that, Jackie Boys, he walked away just in time to stack the camps as well, so he hangs around to farm after stacking both the Ancients and the close by camp. Fight still happening to off the scam. They're gonna have to commit the whole front end just to get a kill on the edge. All they'll get for it though. I mean, overall, you gotta be happy as Boom. Not only do you keep SF alive, but you drag all these heroes top, and they only find a measly kill on edge for it.
Yeah, he TP'd back up there after his death, remember, and he resurrects and he TP's back up to make the kill happen. So I'm with you. I mean, sure, he can still get some farm out of it too, but I don't think Boom Esports is too worried about that happening. And Tim's, he's level 6 now, has that sharpshooter. Still getting some more solo experience for the time being. Primal Beast off over towards the Ancients, and in fact, he's going to go another stack of the Ancient.
Dire and the spyglass at hand.
Yeah, and FBZ
Titan our top farm, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was about to talk about, is the fact that he's building to just force attention. He's looking to survive, but also soak multiple heroes towards his lane. And that's going to free up more space for the SF. SF's probably at the most delicate point in the game. Master Man is complete, heading towards that Dragon's Lance, at which stage it's very difficult for BetBoom to connect for a kill.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Hey, look at that.
Some pressure on this mid tower.
Prediction's right. Over 300 trees have died.
Already?
I told you, it's a primal beast. He tramples all the trees.
Crazy, it's already.
Yeah, not to mention that you had to go for the Wild Axes build, right? He's been chopping trees. They've been working together. They've collectively been killing Earth. Congratulations.
Lane. Woodwing shows up as well, and here comes the so that's the target you're worried about. Roger, pulverize range. I mean, okay, that was another one of those cases like the Marcy where it seems like that Skywrath was a little further than that, but you know what, that's like it.
I'm just going to re-emphasize 2,000 range. 2,000. It's to charge it up, but 2,000 range only takes 1.5 seconds. That's more than Blink Dagger. Actually, just to put the raw numbers in, Blink is 1,200 range, so it's almost double Blink Dagger. On hero.
That's good. FBZ, Flesh Golem, Tombstone, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, you're not killing the watermelon, so that's quite... I don't really understand the commitment there from Seneka at all. I mean, yeah, they're just going to give up the Tombstone for free. Skem will kill another one, another plus 150. That it almost seemed like he expected another person to be there for BetBoom other than the Beastmaster. I'm not sure, but either way, it's a stake there, really.
I think they're just not giving enough respect to FBZ and how tanky he is. And he's even got 21 charges to work with. Like, this kill never happens unless he obnoxiously steps out of position like this. This would be the way. That's pretty aggressive in terms of positioning. Right, I'll tank it for that. That was a little cost of goods.
There's 4 heroes now there instead of the 2 initially, right? So that makes sense. But when it was just Undying and Beastmaster at the tower, I don't know about that.
Well, see, they want to fight though. Like, that's why he was skirting the tree line, is because your part was nearby. So they wanted to ravage into Onslaught. Instead, they're just going to separately die here. Your part has to commit the pulverize. We'll try to walk it off. Might be lucky to get away. Lion chooses to go for the easy pick onto the hoodwink instead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Guess who's just doing his thing at the top lane during all of this? Jack Boys, Master Madness, farming in the jungle, and if you're BetBoom, don't want to forget about that.
Looks like Boom to Hawk. They want to go for mid. They could actually brute force this as well. Like, I don't know if BetBoom want to commit to defense because of the Ravage threat. Looks like Boom don't want to commit either though.
But I was mentioning Tahak is very close to the battlefield.
Middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
For that broadsword, or the claymore, excuse me.
Yeah, so that's why I think it's even more important for Boom to find that mid tower, because they need to shrink the map. Otherwise, Troll's going to get a lot of value out of this Battle Fury. Instead, they're smoking bot. I don't know if this is because they're trying to intercept the ancient area, but that's a dangerous dive without vision. And you are playing against a Beastmaster, so he'll almost always have the vision advantage.
Coming up to 15 minutes. What's up here? That's another smoke play. Roger still smoked up, getting pretty aggressive with the vision in the Radiant side of the triangle. There's also going to be a scan hit on the side of BetBoom. Radiant jungle down there, and now they're going to push out and go for this mid lane. Beastmaster, Tango on the front lines, going for the catch on a Primal Beast. A little too far away now though, FBZ. He's got Ravage. Dying, puts a tombstone down. FBZ slowly walking at them though. Has a Soul Ring, one charge is going to try to kill the tombstone at least. He's the only one doing damage to it though for the time being. And those decays, they are starting to add up. 16 strike, but tower kill. It's successful.
Dire's top tower is about to
And
take the
it's just going to
plunge.
be the tower kill though, it looks like.
Yeah, I think they made the best of the situation. Boom felt like they were going a little bit too deep. They back up. The reason they're going so deep is they've set up for it. If you check their vision, they got deep wards. You mentioned the one over near the Ancients. They also had one close to the mid-tier too. So they were fully prepped for a fight in this area. Even back it up with an observer close to the river area. So they made their intent clear and punished Boom for not trying to take the tower first. Turn into a kill back the other way, notice? You have to commit the Ravage as well to try and kill the Beastmaster off, and it still takes a long time.
Well, Skywrath was picked up in the process too, so a little bit more there, but yeah, then making sure to make that kill happen. The Ravage being the big cooldown. Pulverize, 20 more seconds, it's gonna be good to go, but now it's Boom's turn to push Bet Boom's mid-tower. Get the tier 1. Jackboy shows up as well, worth reiterating. In fact, he's got a BKB in the works, so he almost has a mental hammer and just needs the recipe after that. So.
I think what makes that work so well is the Roll of Thunder is still on cooldown, and they just saw Prime Roll commit as well. So there's literally no threat of Bet Boom coming and delaying the push in, and then counter-attacking on the tier 1. So just a great read by Boom, turning winning a fight into an objective, a key one at that. Poor little Tims.
Yeah, credit to Laro. I mean, he's even keeping up quite a bit with that Shadow Fiend too, and his farm's really showing the Orb of Corrosion, that Diffusal Blade, and they're hunting this stack right here. They're going to take the stack if anything. I'm guessing they are at least. Yeah, there's no way they just let this be, so they're not going to get the hero kill, but they will get the stack steal, and that's a pretty good net worth swing in their favor.
Yeah, they're trying to just find the hack as much as possible. Now that the tier 1 mid's gone, they need to be more invasive. Because the idea now is every area of the Radiant jungle they take away isn't just more farm for the troll, it's less for the SF. And now they're trying to get something big for the troll. They move into the pit, but Boom, quick to react. Now smoked up and moving in.
Tims opens up, Scott for Warlords, we're gonna stun. Laurel jumping in, and so it's the Primal Beast of Requiem from the distance. Hits up here, Troll Warlords low. He's gonna pop his ultimate right there. The Battle Transport still one alive, but Dahak is being kited. The Battle Transport's gonna wear out any second, but Shadow Fiend also collapsed out by the Pigalator, but down goes Troll Warlord. Laurel, he's having trouble here, and Chance Slow, he's been heavily slowing down. FBZ looking to finish the stop. There's the onslaught forward, just out of range. The trample's doing a little bit of work. Laurel somehow alive, gets out of there. Diffusal slow enough.
That Diffusal saved the day for himself there. If it wasn't for that, your Page would have got 1 or 2 tramples out and the Pango dies. But that really good fight on both sides. I think the key detail, Boom show you the layering to their CC. If they get the perfect setup, like they follow Ravage into Requiem, everything on Bet Boom is controlled. So that's something to keep in mind. And also it's a fragile state for the Troll. He's only got Battle Fury so far. Until he has BKB, he's not safe from this. That's why Dahak just goes bottom. I don't think Bet Boom Rob are going to try to go back into that pit. It's too dangerous, especially with Ravage still being available.
Got so low in life though. He's starting to regenerate a bit, but yeah, that's got to feel pretty bad for Bet Boom. But Boom Esports, they do their job, and sure they lost the Shadow Fiend, but they prevent the easy Roshan kill. And now the option is there to have it taken for themselves. And look at Tidehunter though. The Wraith pack is finished now.
Yeah.
By Hood of Defiance.
I'm surprised they don't go in, actually. I think they could very comfortably take this. I think it's the Pango threat. They're just showing a lot of respect. Because like I mentioned, like the Ravage is still available. Like it looked like it might as well be Ravage, but your Page in that last one, it was just the Onslaught. It's just how impactful it is around Roche. So they still have every layer that they require. And quite rightly so, they will walk into the pit confidently. Even if Bet Boom know, they can't do anything to stop this.
They probably know.
Yeah, like, oh, that's happening. Oops. Little Snake-o. That's a lot of slice. I think this cosmetic set makes more sense, the absurd onslaught damage you get there. It's like, yeah, no, he's got a very sharp horn there, that would hurt. It's 470, right?
They ping up,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah. I just highlight like that. So, because he took the level 10 talent, 90 extra damage, does 470 damage. Physical, by the way, with one skill.
Yeah,
Just
Hero's good.
yeah, I mean, it's just you look at some of the health pools right now. I mean, that's almost a third of Lyle's HP pool.
He's able to pick up the top lane before any engagement happens onto him. Primal Beast with that BKB. We get disarm there. Has to be a little careful at BZ. Also in the area though, but
Tower is under
Boom
attack.
Esports is controlling the top portion of the map, including pushing that tier 2. Successfully do. The BKB, speaking of that, on Shadow
Tower
Beams.
is about to take
Now
the
has the full 9
plunge.
seconds good to go. He did not have that in the previous fight.
He gets towards the Silver Age next, just makes a lot of sense. You know, very effective against the troll, even if he's on the Beastmaster, moves that aura to name control further. And just in general, a nice tool for quickly blocking a backline hero. I use the word block specifically because if Skyrock gets discovered by Shadow Bladed Shadow Fiends, he's dead instantly. Ryan's gonna connect. They'll even commit the Ravage to guarantee the kill because once again, Skyrock is flipped on the side.
Tango being the big one of that, though. They came for. Yeah, we didn't even talk about, by the way, the Aegis was destroyed or killed off very quickly there.
Yeah.
So it's worth iterating, at least. But even without the Aegis, it's not going to deter Boom from making a play.
Dire's middle tower
They do right there, and now they're going to push the
pounding.
tier 2 tower, that is. Mask Madness pop, and tier 2, it's going to fall quickly.
Dire's
Tango up in
middle
10 more
tower is under
seconds.
attack.
Mask going to do it again. He has his own
Dire's
rate
has
fact as
fallen.
well. Troll Warrior, though, they really need that BKB on him. Feels like that Boom can feel confident about taking another engagement for themselves.
Yeah,
Map
so
control.
I mean, with the Aegis now out of the equation, let Boom have a way of going. It comes down to the BKB and Troll. I think that's the best opportunity. And then you kind of get this interesting dynamic in this game where whoever jumps first takes the lead. Because both sides have a way of insta-giving, more or less, right? Like when you think about the Ravage, the Onslaught, Override, Sharpshooter follow-up, Requiem, and on the other side you got Realm Thunder, Primal Roar, you got the Mystic Flare. So much burst both ways.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
There it is. BKB's purchased and delivered now for Troll Warrior. So now the question is, how confident are you as far as making a play? I mean, Ravage is on cooldown for another 50 seconds here. Obviously, the Aegis no longer an issue as well. So it seems like if they just want to smoke up and go pretty quickly, then this might be a decent time. And they are grouping up as if they're going to. Side of that Boom. Not doing it yet. And Ravage, look at now, 35 seconds. I don't know if they're going to hit that timing appropriately.
No, I think they're getting a decent amount of the map. Like maybe they try for another Roche in possibly 4 minutes, and then they'd don't lose it as quickly this time. But then you do give a lot of space to Bet Boom. So I think their goal is just to control the Dire jungle and play that side of the map in long-term prep. Because I think SF is farming well enough that he competes the Troll. And also, there's still enough looming threat that Bet Boom won't try to take more than half this map.
Here comes the smoke now. Bet Boom, but as we're talking about, the Ravage is ready to go for FBZ. What kind of jump can they make happen? They see the courier flying in, getting some insight. Enchantress.
Not the ideal
Here.
target to open up on, but she
No.
does have a gem. It's tempting.
Yeah, but that's so scary. You do not know what's behind. Laurel's thinking about it. Laurel's going. He's got an Arcane Ring. He's going to jump on it. If he has what? Enchantress. Double knockback. Going to be a triple.
Oh, that's
No.
tough.
Gets away for the time being. The force is away. He's good. So yeah, fighting on the uphill like this. They put the tombstone down, but it's just retreat time now for
Warrior
Boom.
has been killed.
Yeah, and you use Royal Thunder plus Tombstone, so you definitely don't want to tank a fight on the exit. But now you have to defend without those two tools. And that's that quick and fast, especially when they're given a freebie like that. Taneko steps a bit too far forward, insta buyback. Still no Tombstone for basically the same amount of time he would have been dead.
Ever seen someone bleed out in the mix?
Side flip out as well. That's just going to be a freebie. Poor little chicken can't get away quick enough.
Oh, you see they're pinging out him, but good.
Dire are
They're just kind
standing for
of being
enemy.
goaded into fights they don't want to take, right? Like even these attempts to probe by Lal, there's something infuriating about the way that Boom is playing. There's forcing Bet Boom, even when they lose heroes, to feel like they can get something in return, which is just categorically not true right now. I mean, even the supports of Boom are obnoxiously tanky, not in raw HP, but like the way they play. So Enchantress has a 4-star plus the Untouchable, and then Hoodwink has a 4-star as well as Scurry. They have a Ravaging, they just found one. Front row gets forced out, but it's too late. Panko is gone.
Yeah.
What is happening to Bet Boom?
They seem scattered. They are just trying to buy time for the Troll Warlord. I mean, that just pretty much is the game plan here. It feels like they want at least another damage out of that one more item syndrome, as we referred to a couple of times. But this is going to be Death Now and Beastmaster as well. So 2 cores dead, and Undying also even getting a little bit low there, but managed to activate. See the Soul Red Brent coming to play from Shadowfiend. But Bet Boom just doesn't feel confident with the Troll Warlord right now as far as taking the fight. If whether or not that's the correct decision, certainly up for debate, but to be fair, it's just a BKB in a battle period right now. He does feel pretty naked in the big picture.
And he might be beaten down the streets here, has to commit the BKB. He will TP out just in time for it to run out. Good choice there. Yeah, I agree. Like, I've got to give a lot of credit to Boom. I mean, we mentioned this draft, but they have like quite a clear idea of going fast as 5, and it is their known playstyle. And Bet Boom kind of bait themselves into it, right? The Troll Battle Fury kind of makes sense, but it means you've got a much later timing. And it feels like they've been trying to make plays happen as 4 that just aren't possible because Boom are rarely split up.
All 5 are up on either side now. Again, Ravage not available for another minute or so for Boom, but Esports, every reason to feel very confident about what's going on right here. 30 more seconds for the red timer of Roshan. Let's see. Wait this out, I'm sure, and what kind of Roshan time we have for the respawn, but Boom just controlling that portion, as you'd expect. Go for another Roshan when he is up, and hopefully claim the Aegis a bit longer this time, but it's just Troll up here. He's going to cut the creep wave.
I will definitely acknowledge the Aegis this time, Break. I swear.
Dear God. For God.
It's like the caster version. It's the caster version of leaving cheese in the pit, right?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I don't feel like it changed much about the dynamics though. Like the weird part is Boom lost that Aegis and they just kept playing as if they still had an Aegis.
Yeah, that was the craziest thing about it, right? It's just like, it's almost like, exactly. Okay, he's dead, the Aegis is gone, and anyways, we're just still pushing and controlling the map.
Yeah, it's that Top Gear meme. It's like, oh no! Ooh. Anyway.
That's a pretty big kill by the Troll, yeah. The Mystic Staff now that was delivered to Primal Beast, trying to finish that Shiva's, is going to be delayed a little bit now, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely is going to set back the timing a bit. Especially going to be a key detail considering that was the final component and Roche is now up, so might be forced to take a fight without that, so it's a few K net worth less to worry about that Boom have, but they're still 14K up overall, and they've got the big ultimates to play with.
Savage, big ultimate. This feels like any second now that jump could be happening. Of course, needs the actual vision. There we go, there's somebody. Somebody you're looking for, though. Just Undying.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But Roshan is up.
It's one of those funny games where if you see the green hero on either side, you don't jump him. It's like if you see Tuck, no. If you see Undying, no. And Bet Boom, they could actually wrap around and try to get some wards in the ancient area of the Radiant side. Probably their best posturing opportunity. Bet Boom should have better vision around the pit. At least you'd think with the fact they have a Beastmaster in play, but it's lane top. This push-in has just forced them completely away, and Boom will exploit that perfectly.
This is... I'm not surprising, very fast Roshan killing team. So that's the shard as well going to be coming out. Oh, Laurel trying to make a play there at the last
he got
second.
The
Did he get the shard?
No, you already had it.
No, he had that.
Yeah, he ignored it. Like, it looked like he got it for a second. That was so close.
He had the inventory space. He made it. He was going for the steals, but no, both are picked up by Shadowfiend a little too quick. So good attempt from Laurel, but I mean, that's going to be on cooldown now for 50 seconds, the Rolling Thunder, that is. And now you have this Aegis on Shadowfiend. And understandably, Boom says, okay, now let's go high ground.
Yeah, now let's watch the SF intently. That's all that matters now. We've got in his own right. Primal comes out, Mystic Flare, and it does nothing. Oh, that was kind of the combo. Reiki. I don't think there's more to say here. That should be a lane. Unless they get miraculous back-to-back disarms consistently here.
Now, Troll Warlord just from afar is doing the ranged attacks. He's got that Skull Basher. I don't know how much they can commit to the Rax kill, though, on the side of Boom. Looks like they are going to be deterred enough. They're having trouble breaking all the way through. But it's how aggressive do you really want to be on Shadowfang? He is almost level 22, and again, as we always stress, level 20 pretty important. Gonna try to hit that here as we're sieging. Boom, but another disarm. Real Flash thinking about going all the way. Nope, not gonna be that though, but there's the one Rax down going to the melee when the fortification kicks in. But you talked about they use their combo. Primal Roar still on cooldown for 30 seconds, Flare for 8 seconds.
Yep,
It's not gonna be up in time though.
Exactly. It's going to be a melee Rax. You done what you could, though. You did delay this a lot, and the importance of that is, yes, you still lose the lane, but now it's just 3.5 minutes left on Aegis, right? It's all about that delay. Now, don't make that same math situation to justify losing a second lane. Like, they won't do that. They will fight if Boom come into their base again.
Bottom lane being pushed in. Dahak kind of channeled his inner Nature's Prophet. He really has this game on the Troll Warlord. We've constantly been noticing he's been cutting creep waves, pushing out lanes, specifically this top lane, and that's really what he's been doing. So he's trying to make the best of the situation. Where this game is at, but they saw him pushing right there, and they start heading up, and immediately the Hawk realizes that what's happening. So of course he's not like the Nature's Prophet, though. He doesn't have that constant teleport. It takes a bit longer for him to get to this point.
At the time, so I was like, it takes a long time to get places. I just watch a beast, Primal Beast, just travel 2,000 distance. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. I think we've beaten it like it's a dead horse. Hopefully it's gone through to Ice Frog's ears. It's just, the crazy part is, like, Primal Beast is a perfect hero. Ooh, okay, no, it's good. Jack's always got time.
That's such a bad feeling for the Troll Warlord. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna hide now. I see these TPs maybe coming in, and all of a sudden he's just dead.
I mean, it's one of those situations where you're like, maybe the carry has the most godly senses and knows something's wrong with BKB TPs, but there's no justification. I was watching Jackie Boy's Silver Age time. I think he had 3 seconds left when he finally cast the Requiem. The fact that Dahak stopped walking is what allowed him to do that in the end. Otherwise, he probably would have got the BKB off and just TP'd away.
18-9 hero kills, 20,000 net worth lead though for Boom Esports. They are just wrecking right now. And of course, played by the Shadow Fiend, but also Tidehunter's got some pretty good farm. He's going to be Agent sealed up immediately, but not the biggest deal in the world. That's eventually going to wear off, and so that Ravage threat is real. Proper will knock them Shadow Fiend. He's at half blood. Got 4 stepped in. Actually, pretty awkward right there, but there's the Aegis. Now, he's in. Not the friendliest to spots. Troll Warlord. TPing in, but he's not going to get here fast enough. He could be out.
And that's the Ravage, so you don't want to hard commit. The Hag will still have BKB, but I think that Boom should be happy that the Aegis is gone. They're not. They want more. BKB on BKB. Stun comes out to Earpodge though. The Mountain Giant, the Hawk is chasing very deep. He needs to be careful because he's trying to run out of Magic Immunity, at which stage he is donezo and gone. Jackie Boy hits him far. They'll find Roger on the exit. Mistakes made by Bet Boom, and just as Boom was ready to leave, they're now ready to siege.
Yeah, I mean, we all know how Troll Warlord works, and that Battle Trance, yes, it's a great ability at the rough time. It's also one of your worst enemies when you use it at the wrong time, and I think that was the case right there. Using it to chase the Primal Beast, who just kept him on a leash, basically, to run back to his team, and then they just blow up Dahak as soon as it wears off. So, unfortunate mistake there, and that is going to at least be the middle set of Rax. Definitely, I mean, he still has Ravage. Yeah, this really might just be the game. Laurel jumps in, doing what he can. Buyback is still available to Troll, but refusing to use it for the time being. There is the Ravage to stop the Rolling Thunder, and the dead Pango is there. He buys back a Pango, and it is going to be enough of a hold, including a Bash Rock with the Swashbuckle, and Laurel is moving forward, KP.
Yeah, they need to get a lot done here, though. Well, he's going to get the rebound attack on the Shadow Fiend. Dust reveal here. BKB will cool down for 5 seconds, but have they got the burst? It's going to be tight, but just enough. SF gone, and FBZ in a bit too deep will join his friendly SF in the grave hit. But still a big mountain for Bet Boom to climb. It's still a 23k net worth lead. They have to buy back on the Panga here. One of their tier 4s is already almost dead.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's considering the situation, it keeps. I'll say that for Bet Boom, certainly. And that Troll Warlord did hang on to that buyback the whole time. Proves to work out. And so he's allowed to get a little bit closer now to that Nullifier that he's trying to build up here. It's only 3,000 gold saved up. So the hope still stands as both Tidehunter and Shadow Fiend going to be remaining dead. It's just, how does Bet Boom, or what do they capitalize off of what just happened right there? How do they capitalize? And maybe a tier 2 mid could be a possibility, but Tahak, gotta be a little bit careful about this, especially by yourself. But yeah, here comes the backup.
Fortified their structure.
Yeah, Nullifier almost complete. Maybe just unbind half from Battle Trance and then bind it to the Nullifier. I think it's going to be a good item, but I still see a world in which we get the walking the dog, as I like to call it. The Troll Warlord just comes with you and finds himself very much out of position, just like he did in the mid. And there's definitely heroes that can do that, right? Like, especially if he gets forced to commit onto a Primal Beast, which we've seen happen already, Primal Beast will just onslaught away. And you're going to be following him the whole way to the enemy team.
Yeah, something tells me he's going to be a bit more conservative when it comes to holding on to that Battle Trance in a future upcoming fight. But almost got the Nullifier, actually. Oh, there, just needs a Sacred Relic now. 2,000 gold saved up.
Just slaps a little post-it note next to his monitor. It's like, if royally screwed, then use Battle Trance. Definitely don't want to. I don't think you want to use it to initiate unless it's like there's this split pick, like, oh, this SF is not guarded. I will definitely Battle Trance him on his own because then I can get to a point where I'm Battle Bash him. But at 5-on-5, it's a very difficult spell to use correctly in this game right now.
Yeah, to his credit, I think there was that fine line in that last thing where, we're talking about how Battle Trance, they took him for a walk. Like, that is the idea. Like, you pop Battle Trance and the bash procs hits right away, and all of a sudden, you can block down and get the kill. But yeah, very close call there.
They broke the smoke, but they went the wrong direction for a second, and that's long enough. I mean, that kill, even though he has buyback, like, that would have set him back. That would have prevented the Nullifier coming out, and he probably wouldn't have been ready by the time Roche came around. So, important dodge.
Very long Roshan, and I think that's definitely to the benefit of Bet Boom as well, in terms of keeping them alive in this game right now. In fact, they're heading towards the Roshan pit, figuring it could be up soon, of course, as they're correct, but as we see, it's, again, 2.5 more minutes before Roshan will be existing. Tidehunter, by the way, Arcane Rune picked up. And he's going uphill. He is going uphill fast. The Ancient Seal immediately, but you see the spread now with Bet Boom. He did not want to re-engage onto this watermelon, knowing that there's backup nearby.
He's got BKB, so he can ravage whenever he wants. The only thing that will stop him is a primal rule, which you don't want to commit onto a Tide. So this game just got very difficult from that perspective, and it's going to get worse if FBZ gets towards this refresher. So that's why Bet Boom needs to start doing things now, and you see they're smoked. They are moving towards Boom. Boom, who are looking for a pick outside of the base into a push onto the front.
So Troll, no buyback, but yeah, he has the item he was going for in the Nullifier. And we might see the engagement now. Yep, Low is going in. He's going to jump in. He finds the Shadow Fiend in the back lines. The follow-up, though, isn't necessarily going to be there just yet. Onslaught forward, so a chance locked down, but the Primal Beast is in. Oh, look through the kill. Skyrim's not going to happen, though, but now Tahak, he's got the beat down. He is going to pop the Battle Trance, and this time it works as planned. Buyback from Enchantress, not going to be happening for the Primal Beast, though. Jack Boys, with the Battle Trance wearing off, Tahak decided to back up now. Jack Boys needs to survive himself. His BKB's up. FBZ still has Ravage, by the way. Hasn't found the opportunity to use it, but you can tell Boom Esports is just really trying to retreat this whole time. And they are going to successfully outside of the Primal Beast death.
Yeah, unfortunately lose the Primal Beast, but they minimize casualties because they commit the BKB so early on to hack. Once that happens, you realize that as long as FBZ just waves his ass around in front of him and says, I've got Ravage, they're not going to jump him. So great positioning by FBZ to make sure the rest of the team get out with minimum casualties. They did have to buy back on Scam though, so if he goes down, it's going to be a lot of utility missing. 4-star and Glimmer Cape on the Enchantress.
Oh, gets the haste in.
Really want the shiny.
he was so like he was going back and forth initially because he saw the Dire team nearby too, and he's like, I screwed, I'm just going for it. He ends up picking it up, so. Shadow Fiend. Yeah, tier 4 items starting to come out, so a couple of trickster cloaks we see.
Both sides, yeah. So pretty useful against both of these cores, seeing that all physical damage with no MKB. Roche about to be up in 10 seconds, and everyone is going to be available for the party. Now, there is an advantage for Boom Esports because they have this tier 1 still, so they have a TP point if someone needs to buy back.
Go high ground, not going to stick around though to expose, or maybe he blinks just in time. Primal Beast thought he had the engagement. Carl's a little too quick though.
Really want that grab. You see Bet Boom, that they have to be very elegant with the way they start this fight. A messy fight will lead to a whip boom. It's just the way the heroes are designed, and Lal is looking to open up. Rolling Thunder. The best thing you can do is back off and not reveal himself in the smoke, but now they know. Rolling Thunder has been used. It's already half duration. Value for it. Tim's is going to be forced off to safety, and Lal now without his ultimate for 60 seconds.
Yeah, you can't commit a fight without that. So Bet Boom will start retreating, but yeah, it's again one of those situations. You're antsy. He ends up trying to come back in this game. He thought they had an engagement, but Boom has been doing a great job of retreating when they need to, and they're doing a good job of almost finding a pick chance. They still could find it. Noticed being run down. Gonna pop the Wraith Packs, Primal Roar, but on the Primal Beast, gonna piss him off even more. He's definitely damaged the Commander Belt.
He hit the dust on the Jackie Boy, so at least delayed his death, and he drags them all the way back to the base. But now, unless you're willing to commit a buyback, which you don't have,
nope.
Roche is going to be going to Boom.
No Beastmaster means there's a double damage range, by the way, but
it's like, it'd be nice, but whoop-de-doo, right? No one's going to stop you from taking this. That's also going to be a Refresher Shard now, so if this tide was a problem before, I don't know the solution now.
Oh, there's the Refresher Shard.
It's like, take everything. You will carry the rest of this game, FBZ. You're the chosen one.
Go pick up the double damage now. So, I mean, you got all the tools, right? Boom. I ain't saying they got to force a big fight right here, but feels like that they got all the tools of the double damage in the Aegis, the cheese, the Refresher Shard. As much farm as they have. Go bottom lane, get that tier 2 tower, and start sieging into the base, try to really finish this game. Feels like a pretty good strategy.
Yeah, it does give enough time for Bet Boom to get all the heroes back up and ready to brawl, but that DD did get spotted in the end. Jackie Boy has it in his bottle. This SF will kill the troll before he reaches him in this situation, so... Yeah. Very difficult to defend this tower. It's a very big ask. But look at FBZ just confidently walking in right now.
Courier has been killed.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Courier to get some info as well, killed off immediately. Yeah, it's Bet Boom basically just protecting this high ground area. They got the vision. They're just going to sit here and try to wait for an engagement opportunity. I mean, Laurel is ready to go. Calls for it, but Boom is not necessarily giving it to them, although double damage has been activated. Shadow Fiend is charging in. But now Bet Boom has retreated back to their base and gonna go for the last stand at their tier 3 tower now.
To secure the tower to make sure they didn't fight them there, as that could have been a little bit awkward to try and fight into. But now Bet Boom, they've lost all outer map control. And if you look at the vision side of things, it supports that idea as well. I mean, they are playing blind Dota, a very dangerous game.
The Lotus Orb, the Aeon Disc has a Solar Crest buff. He's able to apply to a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it's just such an annoying hero like this, because this Hoodwink is actually doing a lot more than is clearly apparent. The Bushwhack is just a probe for a free kill. Sharpshooter follow-up damage is no joke either. 1,250 damage at maximum charge. And with the Pulverize of the Primal Beast, we've seen already in this game that you get a free full charge into a hit.
Shadowfiend has the Arcane Blink queued up. And her gold saved up as well.
It's kind of interesting, right? Because usually when you see this right-click SF, like if it's going to get a blink, it's going to be a swift blink. But makes sense. Requiem Bomb Insta just gives you the CC to still pursue kills. Like swift blink will allow you to right-click faster, but this allows you to complement the CC that the rest of your team is bringing.
It really is interesting. This has definitely become a very noticeable mindset. I think it's a lot of our games, at least that we've been covering here on Stream Me, in that these teams that get these obvious leads that they have of 20k plus net worth and feeling very good, and even in this case, you know, having the Aegis Achieves, Refresher Shard, etc. But they're just not confident enough to truly push it to the base. And again, there is that fine line. You don't want to just literally throw yourselves at the other team by any means, but the idea of just waiting for their opponents to eventually try to, you know, make a play themselves, make that mistake, and then, you know, win the fight and end the game that way. It's like a lot of these teams are relying on to finish these games.
It's the history of TI. It's the lessons that have been learned. Too many times a turnaround has been offered by a team playing a little bit too aggressive, trying to end the game a bit too fast. And I think there's definitely an argument to be had that, you know, playing to win is better than playing to survive. Especially when you're ahead like this, but at the same time, can't blame teams for thinking this way. The funny part is the team behind is kind of mirroring that feeling, right? Like we've seen this time and time again, where the team in the lead doesn't have any intrusion upon that lead because the other team's too spooked to come out of their base.
And there's 50 seconds remaining on this Aegis, so
yeah,
boys, it's either now or you just kind of keep waiting, and it looks like now. Yeah, the double damage. Here we go. The blink, the Arcane Blink is delivered. That's what they're waiting for, apparently.
Yeah, he's ready to party. He wants to get used out of the Aegis. He's got to be fast about it. I mean, it's a DD. It's tempting, but it looks like instead, Boom are going to play restricted here. They're just going to back away.
All right. I mean, they are continuing to get way more farm. So again, I understand that perspective completely. And you know, not to say that they're doing anything wrong. It is just a case of, like you said, there is that TI factor. Everything on the line is understandable. You know, really just want to make sure that they close out this game appropriately and not give them the big throw chance. But on the other side, Bet Boom, you would expect sitting in the base, but this is kind of that natural transition. They buy the smoke, and I feel like that we're going to see an attempt soon here from Bet Boom to kind of smoke out those 5 like this, and now they're going to go for the play, whether or not they're able to find that kill. And Enchantress is up here by herself. But that's not really the kill you're looking for. You want something else? You want this Primal Beast? Oh, that was awkward. Yo, punch. Primal Warrior got the beat off. Here comes Dahak, though. Get the beat down. He gets a load of Sword. Reflections kicking in. Mystic Flare, though, melts him. He's down for 90. Has a flyback, though. Counter initiation. The Ravage and KP. That's out their turn.
I'm going to move in for a Requiem Bomb. Good enough to get rid of the Troll. Now gone for 80 seconds. Big kill into Hut, but he does have buyback. And you can see the hesitation, the way that Bet Boom commit there. In the end, they go a little bit too deep. Just great play by Boom as well. Like the patience being shown, they're willing to sacrifice an arm to take the head of their opponent, and they do exactly that. If Bet Boom have to buy back with the Hut, that's a clear, emphatic win condition for Boom. Meanwhile, this death on the Primal Beast, if he dies again, it's not the end of the road, especially this refresher on the FBZ Tide.
Yeah, and obviously I'm sure that Bet Boom is very aware that that was a possibility. So now the second Ravage online. 25 on Shadowfiend as well, so he has those raises applying the attack damage. There's that second Ravage, but a great spread from Bet Boom. They avoid it just barely. Now the fortification kicks in, and
they get a refresher.
Buha na, walang tinamaan.
Yeah, it's like in the old days, like, damn, this is the big break play. You go back in, you refresh, but those things are past us. The refresher shot and orb, of course, does share cooldown these days, so it won't be a clutch turnaround play.
It almost felt like we're in. Yeah,
right?
I think. Yeah. I was gonna say that. It's like, wait a second. I mean, let's go. No, I got the wait. Yeah, they changed that. Dang.
It's just, you just like throw the item in the trash. Like, what's the point? Yeah, it definitely had that feeling about it because there's been plenty of games in the past with Tide like this where that wins the game. Like we fake back essentially because I have this new item. Surprise! But Betboom graciously will be saved by the patch note changes of 7.32.
Well, now Tidehunter now queues up his own Arcane Blink. So that's a pretty nice item. He got their Shadow Fiend. I wouldn't mind one myself.
There's not much else to build, right? Pretty much slotted. Yeah, you could go boost of travel, I guess, but yeah, this is just better. I'm wondering, like, so we've got Heaven's Halberd. I wonder if any other hero could slot that in. Yeah, actually, whoa. So the only hero left that I'd say could build Heaven's Halberd, logically, that hasn't, is probably Undying, because they have got it on both the Pango and the Beastmaster. I think this game, while it should in theory be easy for Jackie Boys, you can see why not. Between the cheap disarms of Lucky Shot and the double Heaven's Halberd, they have to be very careful about the way they start these fights. If the Ravage doesn't connect onto the appropriate hero, then Jackie Boys probably can't follow up.
Tide, opening, pulling the creep wave. You see Betboom is interested to try to find that opening once again. Silver Edge on Troll Warlord, but it's going to be wearing off now. Again, falls back. Roshan, 210. It's a bit longer.
You really wish you could get an Abyssal quickly if you're the hack. But you just have to hold for that buyback, I think. I mean, he just bought out, a little bit dangerous. 450 short, so I don't think it should be anywhere dangerous until he's got that buyback available again. Like, otherwise, he's just going to be a walking liability for his team.
So Refresher Orb is ready now for the Tidehunter, but I also saw, Pango picking up the Refresher Orb himself, so he's actually got double everything now. Well.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool here. It comes back to that idea, who jumps first can win. Problem is, like, it has to be maybe FPZ, and you might have enough lockdown with double rolling thunder to hold him before he can ravage KB, right? Like, there should be a window when Kraken Shell dispels him where he can beat KB. So they still need a direct answer for that, which is why I want Abyssal for the troll. Still feels so far away.
You know what the item that Boom has been waiting for this whole time to actually now finish this game is Sproink.
Oh.
Sproink on Scan, and he gets it.
Of course. But yeah, it's just, the power of the memes. That Boom on end. Favorite then. The hack's going to move in, hunting. What's going to come out? Going to roll through. It's going to be forced out, and it does connect in time. The pole ravage as well. Troll Wall has used BKB Requiem there. It's gone. The hack has no opportunity to respond. Refresher is too late for the Pangolier. He is also going to hit the deck. What a move out of Boom.
I mean, yeah, double ravage is pretty good. It's a very obvious statement, I know, but it seems like, it took a while before that eventually became evident in this game. And yeah, Troll Warlord just didn't stand a chance. Of course, he has buyback with the Pango. Gonna definitely have to use it here, obviously. Shadow Fiend, speaking of Refresher, he pops one of his own right there. So he's got his full Requiem and everything else good to go now, including that BKB. Yeah, right for the Ancient.
Ace exposed.
This is it. Yeah, but there's the buybacks, and immediately Shadow Fiend just blinks away. Not gonna give them a shot. Catch Tidehunter, and Laurel's going in though. Laurel wants us to make a play out of this. Lotus Orb is applied as mentioned. So Rolling Thunder going from Shadow Fiend now. Meanwhile, FPC, obviously no Ravage, but they're still gonna beat him down. There's a Requiem explosion up here on a Pango, but Shadow Fiend realizing it interfered to Hawk, expecting the BKB of his. Battle Trance is still ready to be used as well. FPC has the cheese. He's good. Sineko's getting out. His hand just pops there. Now he's vulnerable. Oh, Troll Warlord, he gets found. He's in trouble. He didn't have pops his Battle Trance, but once again, the Watermelon's been taking for a walk right there. I lift it up, and there it's the Hawk. He's still up with life steal, but finally, the trample through is too much to handle. And he's down for 100 plus seconds now. No buyback this time around. Laurel, likely to be the same story. Yes. A couple more auto attacks. And Boom is going to take game number 1.
Oh, what a way to clean it up as well. Boom just backed into calling the double buyback. Means they have to fight a fight. Otherwise, Boom is going to wait them out. And Boom, the patience, the peel back. They made sure that Boom were far out of position before they took the fight. And a key detail there is Pangolier is strong.
Oh, Evil Genius, 2-0 na naman Ba talaga karakas ng Genius ni Chanot Pang group stage. Pang group stage. Uy, lamang ang Sonic.
БКБ, по-моему.
OG Sonic tayo ngayon, OG Sonic. Wala pa yung fanatic nito.
The rule of regeneration.
Стрелой такой махнул. Даун, но дальше больше. Похоже на то, что
Wala talaga nagkakasta kanila.
более самих. Теперь уже, насколько я понимаю,
Meron, mahina.
Are Radiant using
Nagkakaster,
echolocation?
mahina. Mahina ng boses.
Рэшер. Интересно, немного импульсу.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Вообще, да, монопул так-то... Это... Хекс появился. Хекс у нас очень
Dali ng isa. Patay kayo, ayan na kayo. Huli! Buyback buyback yung massive. Boom. Ang kami talaga ng Mars.
They're trying to bring
Wala
down
kupal, di
Radiant's
tayo
top
marunong
tower.
mag-cast Tamad yung caster dito sa OG at Sonic. Parang alam na nila yung mga mananalo kasi.
Never refuse gold given.
Lamangan Sonic, 7K.
Shadows take us.
Radiant's
Ginagamit
bottom
ang
tower is
Mirana ngayon.
staggering.
Like a
Kasi ng normal na
drone
tapos.
sail.
Sundot doon. Normalin.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Sugurin na ni Amar yan, oh. Okay, Amar, banatan mo na. Ayan na. Okay, unahin mo na yan. Bayo, patay si Amar, sasaglit. Yun lang, takbo. Okay, ano na nangyari? Nasaan na sila? Ayun eh, pumapalag pala yung bear. Pumapalupa-lupa. Ano talaga ng Mirana? O, tulungan mo. Nice. Sinakal. Boom. 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 O, ito. Takbuhan na kayong dala. Ayun, na-stun. Namatay yung bear. Ayun, meron ulit. Nahuli. Sayang. Pinainan lang, pinainan. Mga lamang pala yung kalab. Lamang pa rin. One 0 tayo dito. OG 1.
Wish fulfilled.
Kailangan malaglag na itong Sonic na
Dire's
ito.
middle tower is
Tuwa lang yung malalakas eh pagka nakapasok pa siya. Nice! Boom! 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 Normally. Ayan na. Sa cooldown dyan. Ano naman ang cooldown? Ay, naka-refresher word pala yung primal. Refresher orb pala, kaya pala dalawang sakal. Uy, Yawar. Kaya Yawar, mag-farm ka lang, babasagin lang to.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Basagin na yan ko, basagin yan.
got knocked down.
Matapos na, panatik na susunod eh.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Barracks earns no wrong.
shadows take us.
Gera na naman. Nahuli ata sila dito. Wala nang 80 daw gawin. Halong OG. Takbuhan na. Okay, Seb, takbo lang. Okay, finish. Kamat na lang.
Is this how Dire's middle barracks fall?
Hindi pala itong Sonic na team. Hindi pa tayo sigurado dito. Lamang pa ang Sonic, 7k gold bridge.
Draw a line
Siyempre,
to
OG tayo
Radiant's middle
dito.
tower.
Just like your
Healed over.
ships. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Baka mahulog ka.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Then
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Huli, huli. Maganda to. Talubungan to. Boom. Normal. Ito nakabalot. Nakapag-BBB. Patay na agad, oh. Nice. M14. RC. Huli din yung Ember Spirit. Okay. Labas, 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 labas. Bilis. Bilis tumakas talaga. Hirap pulihin. Na-hex. Na-hex. Uy, may buyback pala, may buyback. Roshan na lang, Roshan. Hindi. 2 minutes mo pala. Buyback pala.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ang dami. Gulatan. Talunan eh.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Nauna, patay na yan, oh. Wait. Ayan, oh, nauna pa yung Ember Spirit, oh. Tapang, oh.
allies
Pero wala palang gagawin, nagganon-ganon lang.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sige, sumali ka nga.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Roshan, 30 seconds.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Na-force pala nila
Radiant's
mag-buyback
top
yung
tower is
Morphing.
under attack.
Okay na okay pala. 1k gold lead na lang, parang match na match na. Kanina, ang laka ng lamang ng Sonic eh.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Galing nga, putuban ah. Ayun na, nahuli na si Marcy. Inahan na si oh! Wala nang bite. Meron pa palang bite kaya nahuli rin si si Rocky. Patay! Bakuna! Nagkakabay baka na kaso wala silang matitilihan. Lang Oracle. Pero goods lang, support lang yan. Aiga. Goods lang. Uy, ang tagal ng buhay niya, men. Ayun lang, delay damage.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Nahihirapan ng Morty
An easy shot.
Okay, back na yan. Ayan na.
Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy. What are you hiding, Michelle?
Nakaheng ka, pag nahuli ka, iyak ka dyan. Naheng. Okay, sige na naman natin natin. Nakakuha siya ng Amara, nakakuha ng Aegis. Very good. Sakalin mo. Sakalin mo na. Huwag ka naman dalawang isip. Nako. Kuya, takbo pa nga. Labas. Nice. Die back. Okay, it's all GG. Dire-diretso na yan.
Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire structures are fortified.
Okay na lahat.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Kala mo maiisahan mo ha, sakalin mo. Sakalin mo, ang sakalin niya, nahik. Boom, die back, GG. Hindi na, ikaw sila GG. Panalo sila GG. 2-0 para side ng OG.
Is under attack.
Radiant victory!
0. Parang top network. Very good, very good. Tanggal na ata to, itong Sonic, kawawa naman. TFGLGD 1-0. Yan o, parang wala na ata itong secret. Tama natin. Ata eh. Ito na ata. So LGD at Liquid na muna. Uy, lamang ang Liquid ah.
They've now got a blink
Ito,
up
may
on
caster
this
dito.
Jin-Q Enigma. So with the Morphling and the Morphling and the Puck and even the Tiny just kind of running in every single fight. And I think I may have called Tiny in that last one, but yeah, just with nothing to say, running in every single fight. He's going to have a whole lot of information to just try and find the sniper in the back lines. Liquid, check the sniper, LGD, try and peep him yourself. It's really what this is all going to come down to.
And you know, we were waxing lyrical about how it's going to be Arme versus 5. Right? Honestly, like it was the LGD that made those pickups, the 2 pickups to start the fight, which meant that Liquid actually started on a disadvantage, which is
Dire's
pretty
top
huge.
tower
Nothing
is
to
about
say.
to take the
Innocence
blood.
and Faith Beyond just going in with the in and out plays, utilizing every single bit of damage they can squeeze out of their heroes there to just get the picks.
Yeah, kind of shocking the amount that they're able to get done with not a whole heck of a lot of net worth. It is going to be a very different fight when Mickey's got the Rolling Thunder. He's got a full of Abyssal Blade picked up now as well. So whoever he finds is probably just dead. Diffu plus the Rolling Thunder plus the roll up plus the Abyssal Blade. Not a whole lot of getting away from that. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta respect that. Even a Morphling, Strength Morphling, he doesn't even have the BKB. He can't really be in the position where he's running away from a fight, or he's just gonna get run down, even him.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I don't think it helps him that much. It's pretty much just the Rolling Thunder, and that's kind of it. So I like the decision here from Ame to just tank out, go for the stats.
Under attack.
And yeah, just a bit of a lull. Liquid have to see if they can kind of find their footing again. Matumba Man, no interest in any kind of survivability. It's just straight into damage. He's got a Daedalus queued up. That's going to be the deterrent. Is just overwhelming damage. You get anywhere within his range, and it's going to be a rough time.
He's got very very clearly one thing on his mind, and wants to be able to out DPS his Morphling if he gets anywhere near him. Might be tricky. Morphling does do a good amount and also has a decent amount of anti-carry with that Avalon Scepter, so always a threat as they manage to find Jin Q here, and he unfortunately is going to get his muffin burned by Zai.
I think Zai came around the corner, saw that the Eidolons were life-stealing on that camp, and it's like, oh, Enigma's right here, is he? He got the blink away, but yeah, Liquid, another one of these sweeps through their jungle. Just clearing out the map. Nothing to say is pinging Zai at bottom. The rest of the team can take a little while to get over here, and it looks like Zai's going to be okay.
He's a cautious kitty.
Yeah,
knows that he's out here alone on the map, so not going to take any unnecessary risks, and nothing to say will, fortunately, back himself up in this bottom lane. Will not be chasing any further for this Axe.
I like
those inches at the moment. One small mistake could result in a huge shift of momentum in this game, despite the advantage for Liquid at the moment.
One little pick off could change this a whole lot. Liquid, I think they have picked up a gem just to try and secure the vision game, feel a little bit safer. It's not 100% safe, right? There's still gonna be areas on the map where LGD could just be smoking over to you and find it, but it helps you just exert control a little more. Surprising for me how little Liquid have been able to control the opposing outposts, and they constantly had to deal with pressure on their own side. And the tier 2s are both still standing at mid at bottom, so LGD have had quite good control over this Radiant area of the map for the last little while.
Yeah. There's very little vision on both teams, to be fair, but they will now see something on this Dire Ward for Team Liquid.
Might be quiet for the next little bit. There's still 1 minute until we get into the Roshan window. So both teams, unless they see a really clear opportunity, might just be chilling for that.
It's a smoke up from the side of PSG LGD. Now the Enigma was just spotted on a ward here, so Liquid.
The scan
well
hits,
gathered.
They know that somebody's over here. It was just Zai flickering it for a second.
Yeah, it's kind of putting a bit of fear into PSG LGD. They don't know what to make of this.
They're wishing that it was a better rune than regen. I think the hope was to bait that. With the scan, see if anybody was there. They get the scouting with the Eidolon. They're just hoping to get the jump.
Comes down, they have all the vision they can want, and immediately the fight breaks down. Another Say trying to jump on the Pangolin and gets the roll up and can get the Rolling Thunder off as well. Will run down, nothing to say. Faith Beyond down the back lines as well. This fight is over as soon as Sado. He goes to come on to make it. That's not going to happen though. The sniper from the high ground, ripping them down. Cool comes through to the Morphling. Ame needs to leave, but I'm not sure he's going to be allowed to. Waveform away with the TP. Can they close the gap? No, they cannot, but they'll take down just about everybody else on the side of PSG LGD. Liquid rip them apart.
Oh, the rampage being denied by Ame escaping. They tried to go on to Mickey, but they just couldn't kill him off quickly enough. Got the roll up off, and then the fight was just completely over from that point. Matumba Man, he had the high ground. He was just shredding through absolutely everybody.
So brave to approach Matimmerman on the high ground there. The SGLGD just thought they could get a singular pick-off. Didn't really know that Liquid were all together like that. Well, they did see a bunch of them on the ward, but felt like they could get the catch before the axe. Here we go.
Yeah, so Zai gets the BKB off. They tried to pop Mickey, but they just didn't have the damage. It's a little tricky when back in the live game, Boxy looking pretty dead. But yeah, they just didn't have the damage. It's a little tricky when they've gone for like right click on the Tiny, but the puck has gone an E-blade, and so they couldn't quite combo their damage together. I think even if they kill Mickey there, the fight is still going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, Sniper's completely uncontested on the high ground through the whole thing. Like, I don't even think the Morphling got off the Morph on him.
Yeah,
It's just that far away.
Yeah, Matsu's just sitting pretty. Well, who wants to come and hit the mid wave? Anybody interested? No, okay.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
Okay, well we're chilling for Roche. It's a fairly long respawn, so still another minute to go. And even with Foxy dead, Liquid using their ult, and they're gonna go for a play here onto Innocence.
Yeah, there's more heroes behind him as well. I think everyone else just needs to leave. Mickey probably just going to be able to get this kill onto... Although they say that, they're actually turning around. They're jumping forward onto Mickey. He's the one who gets taken down instead. Huge turnaround from PSG-LGD. Again, these little plays getting them the advantage here. And this is in Roshan territory. He's respawning in 30 seconds. They need Mickey for this.
Feels like just a miscommunication from Liquid, maybe not wanting to press forward, worried about Jin Q coming in with the black hole, and yeah, Mickey coming out of that Rolling Thunder, just wanting to get the Phoenix kill. Even if he gets it, it's certainly not worth it. Maybe they won't get punished for it, but looking a little antsy there. Now Liquid just gonna have to chill out. He does have a buyback, but I think they can hold the Roshan for long enough for him to just respawn. Spam some shrapnels.
Respawns. See. Yeah, it's very difficult for LGD to actually get into the pit, even with this guy dead, but, Army says... No,
he's gonna force it.
Fine, so.
Alright, show me your buyback, Mickey. Are you gonna contest me?
Alright, thank you, Army, for completely proving me wrong. Just walks into the pit, and,
yeah, okay.
Liquid, well, they have to come to this. They're gonna slow themselves up. 17 seconds on the Pangolier. They don't know how low the approach is just yet. A shrapnel is gonna reveal, and now Nuggets immediately jumping in once again, trying to bring down Insania. Will be able to do so. BKB from Martin just runs himself away. I'm pretty sure Arme just wants to get back in the pit, but he won't be allowed to do so as Zai jumps in. Wicked cool. E-Blade comes out, Black Hole comes out, but absolutely side of it. And now, well, look over towards Zai. Zai, I'm not sure he's getting away from this one. Arme's gonna be able to take him out. Oh no, they find Matilda as well. Nothing to say, gets a big wraparound and catches out the snipe. LGD will return to the pit. Is there anything you can do? The buybacks are there, but it's too little, too late. Mickey's in though. He's trying to lock down this Morphling, but he's got an Aegis and so much HP to work with. There's nothing really to be done from Liquid there. Buybacks for absolutely nothing. As LGD once again, just like game number one, find the huge turnaround moments for themselves.
Amazing patience from nothing to say. He kind of slipped into the background there after getting the initial kill. So he kills Insania here, kind of resets away, lets the rest of the team make the space. He's chilling. I think they're hitting the tombstone this whole time.
Eyes on the Timberman here as well.
Yeah, he
eyes on nothing to say.
He pressed all of his defensive buttons really early after Faith Beyond jumped in on top of him, and now the instant that nothing to say annihilated him. Kind of fighting the live game as well.
Yes, we do. Supernova comes down as Arme started this one, trying to get on top of Boxy, and he's going to be able to kill him off. It looks like, well, Sniper trying to do what he can from the sidelines, but can't really approach this fight too closely as the call comes through onto the puck, but he's got the Aeon Dip to keep himself alive. Arme taking a little bit of damage here, but just popping that Satanic and healing himself right back again. Nothing to say, trying it again, but Martin keeping his distance from that terrifying Tiny as they close the gap onto Zai. They keep finding the kills on PSG-LGD. Liquid, they can't stop the hemorrhaging.
Yeah, they just can't seem to structure their team fight. Can't seem to get the jumps. The puck is just coming in and out. The Tiny is jumping in and out. Snapping at the heels of Liquid in these fights, and people are getting dragged off into the darkness, never to be seen again. Matsu is kind of retreating up onto the high ground. Finally, he's got his back up against the wall, maybe feeling safe. But
I will become the tier 4s.
Yeah.
My brothers.
Oh man. All right, this could end up being Liquid just having to sit back. And maybe we're on the trajectory for another 70-minute game, something like that. Liquid kind of running out of timings from here. There's still some room to grow on the axe and the Pango, but the Morphling is absolutely huge. Nothing to say, has managed to catch up really nicely on this tiny.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
I don't know how you can ever confidently leave the high ground with the way that these last couple of fights have played out. They've just been executed by LGD.
Couldn't withstand the tide.
They really have. Yeah, these fights have been absolutely beautiful. Just waiting out the BKBs, waiting out the timings. Like, there's no hardcore commit from LGD. It's very, very soft. But Liquid have no choice but to react so hard. Like, they have to put the BKB on the sniper there, or he's just going to get blown up. Like, that's the issue with these fights. That's the issue with the sniper.
Yeah, the wall around him is crumbling a bit. The Liquid cores are somewhat being dealt with. Part of the problem is that they have the two cores that they don't really want to line.
I'm not coming through. Zai's in here. He has the damage to take down this big tiny. The rest of the Liquid coming in to try and take him out, but in comes Innocence with the Sun Ray healing him up. Jumping in comes the Supernova, but they've taken down, nothing to say. And now, well, there's a little bit of a lull in the fight, but Ahmed, he's jumping in deep here. He wants to try and find some targets on the backline. Fade Beyond's able to slow down Zai. Core comes out, doesn't actually catch it, but he's still going to die regardless. Zai will die. Now, they've also found Proxy as well. Fade Beyond finding another. Mickey and Insane just waiting on the high ground, but if Martin, oh my god, nothing to say. That's a big jump, and the Black Hole comes after him. DQ holding back the sniper. They've caught a big point. Martin blinking away from this one, trying to get himself out with the full stuff, but he is going to survive, but his teammates will not fall dead. On the side of Liquid, LGD, Arme is absolutely doing it this game. Any doubters, put you to shame.
That one death from Mickey and LGD just absolutely flipping a switch this game. Fight to fight.
Going for it.
Yeah, they're heading straight in.
4 towers. Liquid, there is really nothing to be done. I mean, what can you do? They will go back. They will look towards the tier 3s, but Boxy and Snipe, I mean, they're respecting the possibility of buyback to the side of Liquid, to be fair, but Arme, he's gonna force him, and actually Boxy, he could be in some trouble. Oh, Martin's coming aside from the crosshair. Oh, just about gonna help him get back into the fountain, but nothing to say at Arme. They're on the Ancient now. What more can you do? There is a disarm out onto the Sniper as well. A Black Hole for good measures, nothing to say. And Arme take down the Ancient, and they will take down Liquid with a huge 2-0. What a turnaround for this team in stark response to day number 1.
Tignan nga natin tong talon kung tumatalon.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds. Dire's turn to pick. Blacklick. Visage. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to bat.
The Dire get a ban. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's ban now.
Hypnotic entity tayo. Tayin lang natin.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Palilinis yun.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
The undying waits. Punch. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Yes, warrior. Ten seconds. The Dire get a ban. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's ban now. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick. Turn. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Choose your hero.
Prepare to make way.
Fuzzy Wuzzy, you can.
It's pronounced Admiral.
终于等到你。
老霸道。
30 seconds to battle.
ulit yan ikaw eh.
Tell your friends what happened here. He's got a nullifier coming too soon, by the way. And the 1,000 gold, he's gonna have a nullifier. Like, this is 25 minutes basically. He'll have a nullifier, Shadow Blade, Witchblade, and a BKB. To hack is freaking farmed, and
yeah, not much, right? Like, it's just absurd, actually. You see why people ban this hero against him. He's vile on it. I think the cool deviation is Pep-Boom kind of feel like they're at a point where they're more willing to pick this early on. Obviously, in this game, they did, right? Did they pick the Nature's Prophet first phase? Because it was Primal Beast.
It was the first pick. It was literally the first pick, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like they've realized that people keep banning out the Visage, but they haven't been giving recognition to the Nature's Prophet until second phase. And Bet-Boom, to their credit, found a way to make it work. I just feel like when you look at the drafts, Boom never countered the Nature's Prophet. Like, in theory, they do with the initiation, but...
Yeah. That's I think the Ember Spirit was kind of supposed to be that, especially with the second pick. Ember Spirit, and it's fair. On paper, it makes sense, but yeah, it just hasn't... I don't think we've seen the Ember Spirit even attempt to go for the Nature's Prophet. Not that he should be, but we haven't gotten to that point, right? Like, yes, he had a great start, but it then started to quickly snowball the other way with...
openers, they addressed the concerns. Like, Primal Beast wasn't counted because they became very tunnel vision on the Nature's Prophet. The crazy part is by that tunnel vision, not only did Notice get to have a free game, but the knock-on effect is that Dahaka is just having the vibiest of games. I mean, it's just calm and cool. 1 death, 2 kills, 8 assists, and a clear and dominant lead in the net worth department.
Primal Beast keeping us guessing. Thought about using the Onslaught in, but thinking better of it, and now Ember Spirit's gonna go in. Is this what you want, though? The arena's up. Leshrac, he gets pinned down, but hey, here's the Bloodstone. And he's just gonna walk out with his own BKB. Everyone using their BKBs. Apparently everyone has one, including Roger. He's trying to run out as well, but those, of course, are gonna be wearing off now. Global Silence was used in the midst of it. Somehow nobody dead, but that's a huge curse, by the way, hitting 4.
That'll stop any reinitiation, especially from the Mars. I mean, they committed a lot to that fight. You know, it doesn't look like a lot. It's like Tombstone and the arena, but that's more or less their lot. Like, they have to get a kill off of that. Now with this reset, Bet-Boom have to be...
A few ideas, being able to try and get themselves out of Group B. They've got a lot of heroes that can kind of play in their back pocket as well, and Fnatic can definitely be a team that can kind of play out some of these hard carries. I think the biggest thing for me is, you know, some of the heroes that they have relied on in the past just really haven't been kind of popping off just yet. You know, things like the Terror Blade, they've relied quite a lot on the Conqueror, all that kind of stuff. And whereas Entity, a lot of the heroes that they are relying on are heroes that are starting to get in towards the meta as well. We've seen a whole lot of Captomi playing that position for Sven, looking really, really good with that Sven with the Aghanim Shard. Pure's been looking insane on his Pudge as well. Stormstormer has always been one of those players to me that can pick out literally anything and look so Entity, I think for me, coming into this series, going up against Fnatic,
Chanot, kasi hindi yun ang ilalive natin, kaya hindi ko sinusumin eh. Hintay ko tong Fnatic.
Ito, Fnatic. Very, very good. I think that's something that Fnatic have to really take into this.
Ba't tumatawa?
Is about, do we want to take away some of these heroes from Entity with bans, or do we want to try and take away some of these heroes from Entity with ourselves? We've seen the Entity.
Why are you calling,
always pick up the Catalan Sven. it hasn't been banned out. They've been playing a whole lot of Arc Warden today as well. They've been playing Nagasar and things like Liches, Leshrac. They've been playing a whole lot of different stuff. Whereas Fnatic on the other side, they've been kind of dipping their toes in every other kind of different hero. They've played a little bit of these carries for Raven. They've been playing a whole lot of different stuff for Melon at mid lane as well. So I think this first draft is be up in the air because there for the first time in a long time, Marcy as well as Primal Beast both open up here in game number 1.
Them are still available. One thing I find very entertaining about this as well is the fact that it's 4-4 for both of these squads in the group stages. Neither of them are in an advantageous position relative to each other. So whoever wins out goes higher up. Unless it's a draw, then they both end 5-5 for the day. But with Marcy being available, Primal Beast being available, Morphling being available, Shadow Fiend being available, Tiny being available, there's a lot to pick up. But they ignore all of it. They go for the Nyx Assassin. You were saying earlier in the series with RNG in game 1 that you don't understand why more teams aren't picking Nyx. Fnatic seem to have gotten the memo here, fam. They've gotten the first overall pick of the draft on the number 5 for the Nyx Assassin here. Okay, this is going to deny some of the picks that we have seen emerging in the first phase. Definitely not going to go for Leshrac now. It becomes a little bit risky to go for heroes that just have out-and-out magic damage. What would you respond with here from Entity? Did they just go Primal Beast and Marcy?
Yeah, I think Marcy is definitely one of the heroes. Primal Beast is in kind of the same vein as like the Leshrac. It just makes it kind of awkward for you because your onslaughting through the Nyx Assassin is always going to be able to get a spike character. Same with the trample, it always
DJ Armel Raven Januel.
Utilize some of your spells. You have to wait until you get BKB, all that kind of stuff. So I think some of those heroes up against the Primal Beast, but even with the Pulverize as well, you just walk in with the Nyx Assassin, press the spike characters, Pulverize is done and dusted. Marcy's one of the only heroes right now. I wouldn't hate to see them just go like Marcy Morphling right now for FT. I don't think they've played Morphling throughout the entire today. To be fair, we were saying before we came here in game, these are unfortunately two teams that I haven't really been able to keep my eye on all too much just because Dota has been the last couple of days. So yes, they have played Morphling before, played it up against Team Astra, and that was where they were able to get a win. Find that with a Prada and
thank you.
I would hate to see them if they did pick up, some along the lines of like a Morphling right now. But
late
no.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Exciting stuff.
Thanks a lot.
How did their awkward games go in their previous?
Raymond, thank you ulit sa pagnood mo. Pa-share ulit, thank you.
They won in 41 minutes and 27 seconds in game 1, and then 41 minutes and 35 seconds in game 2 against Thunder Awakening. So not the longest of games, but they definitely have been games that they did win. So we're both annoyed that it's awkward. Hey, they're going to win their TI game somehow, right?
There is no rules at TI. There's nothing that says that you can't go for the absolute most disgusting, cheesy draft that you can possibly envision. I mean, RNG is not top of Group A because they were scared and skittish about going for Lone Druid, Visage, Leshrac, anything that just seems broken right now. Entity, one of the heroes that they're going to be relying on. Like you say, 100% win rate for them so far. Fnatic should be aware of this as well, so they kind of plan address this awkward. And they go in for the Primal Beast themselves.
Paltan mo na si Armel.
I kind of like this, right? So that
Upal si Raven,
at the
paltan na
very
si
back end of the
Raven.
fight, you can still reach him and you can get through magnetic field to ensure that damage is not going to be a problem for you or lockdown. So I'm okay with this. I like this. It also gives them mobility on a hero that they could potentially put in the mid lane for Armel. I know he's played that already at the tournament. This is decent. I like this from Fnatic as a whole.
Yeah, I definitely like this as well. They were kind of tossing up about what kind of heroes are wanted as well. I think the thing about playing into an Arc Warden, some of the heroes that kind of come to mind when they are heroes good against the Arc Warden have been kind of Raven's heroes that are these kind of... he's been playing a lot of Terrorblade. Terrorblade is bad against Arc Warden. Like PL is relatively against the Arc Warden. Raven wants to fall back for something along the lines of like an Arc Warden or even an Argasar, and I know that last time that Entity played this Arc Warden,
here's the Radiant
that might be something to cover up here. And this is what Fnatic are doing. They're covering their bases with their Primal Beast to get rid of the clock.
They always float to the top.
Probably one of the best punch carry players in the world, I think, from most recent performances on it so far. He has really kind of what that hero provides. A lot of the carry players have been able to play it extremely before, but I think he did plays it to a different level. Always just one of those very, very scary. Now, Entity are just understanding that if they just get rid of these hard to deal with team fight heroes and these heroes try and end the fight really fast, and the Arc Warden is able to have a good time. Gonna have a quick look back and see what bans were like. Second phase, Entity banned out Nyx, Pudge, and Monkey King, and then Enigma and Pudge for game 2. Hero's already gone. Maybe, I mean, I'm not quite sure if even Drow Ranger is going to be that big of a ban for them, right? Like, surely Drow doesn't do.
Dire's ban now.
They're gonna still
It's gonna ban it anyways. Okay.
I mean, Drow, the pace that she's able to set around the map, a bit of a problem. And it doesn't really help if like Arc Warden is surviving, but the rest of the team getting chonked down. You already have this Nyx Assassin Primal Beast. There's a lot of space for the Drow Ranger to be ahead of you. All of these heroes to create space, Drow just comes in, plonk, 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 everybody dies.
5 seconds remaining.
Weirdly enough, look at this. I have no bans on either the Morphling or the SF just yet. This might have been the deepest in any of these drafts that both of those heroes have been
Here's the Radiant
utterly
ban.
ignored here. It does feel like Fnatic does have space for one of them, I think. Could definitely see them playing a Shadow Fiend and then just trying to like accelerate the tempo of this game, end it super fast before this Arc Warden comes online.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of the conversation that we were having a little bit earlier on, right? Where you start getting deeper into what stages, because it's a 10-team group stage. There is so much Dota these guys are playing. In previous years, there was much less teams that were in these group stages. There weren't as many games as you were playing. And now in this tournament where there's so much Dota that you have to play across these next 4 days, that these heroes like the Shadow Fiend and the Morphling kind of just fall by the wayside. Both teams are so hyper-focused on this is exactly what Entity did in the last draft. Kind of like what I'm doing, right? When I'm looking at these drafts, I'm saying, okay, last time they picked this Arc Warden, they went for X and Y hero. They wanted to play this kind of way, and that's where you're able to get yourself bogged down in these kind of bans and these picks of the Morphling and the Shadow Fiend. They slip your mind all the way towards the end of the draft. You really kind of get bitten in the butt. So we will see those heroes be kind of untouched, I'd imagine, throughout the entirety of this draft until one of these teams is... Oh, hey, remember that Shadow Fiend is completely busted right now? Yeah, let's try and pick that hero and see how it goes.
You saw that in the last series, right? Morphling was the end of the second phase, like 18th pick, and it's like, oh wow, okay, Morphling at that phase of the draft, very, very unlikely to have happen often. RNG were able to stomp off the back of it. Entity get another hero that we've seen stomp at this tournament with the Disruptor. Sort of fall off between yesterday and today. Haven't necessarily seen as many of the Raptors as we would like to. This hero, when you're playing on the front foot, when you're able to get these glimpses back, throw out these static storms, just prevent the enemy team from advancing. It can look super, super good. This game, it's going to be a little bit of a hard one. Playing this Raptor into the Nyx Assassin is always going to be scouting you out. You're a very weak hero. You can die fairly fast to the Nyx. And if you have to commit the glimpse onto Nyx just to get him away from you, that's one less spell available for the subsequent chase. The Zeus now on the side of Fnatic, so this is damage that doesn't necessarily care about that magnetic way to be able to just burst all across the map. And if you get caught by this, I'm now more and more convinced that this Zeus is going to be playing this mid lane, and then Primal Beast probably going off lane here for jabs. So if you get pulverized in this game, suddenly there's magic damage raining in from the heavens of Zeus. Nyx Assassin can hold you in position even longer to ensure that the Zeus does outlay all of his damage. This feels pretty strong here, and as it stands, they don't have that much reach from Entity, right? Sure, Disruptor can drag you back if you're escaping, but them getting forward is only coming from the Marcy at this point in time. So Fnatic can still try and cover. Nature's Prophet. Woo! Nature's Prophet. How many games has he had this tournament? I think this is the first time, first or second time I'm seeing him.
Yeah, I think he's only played a few times.
5 seconds remaining.
Played 2 games so far.
Yeah.
What's his win rate?
100%. LGD beat OG, and then Bedboon beat Hokori with this year.
The Dire
So
get a
it has been able to at least get the dub. So they're just gonna go for the
Long druid yan, oh.
Entity. So
Sino ba atin?
I mean, they've got 2 dirty heroes in the
Ano
fact
ba
that
to?
they've got the
Raven,
Arc
Nature's
Warden and the
Prophet
Lone
ba to?
Druid. I think the thing is for me
Armel
though is
Primal
Fnatic
Beast?
have relatively easy ways of just permanently being able to gank people, right? They've always got the teleportation. They're gonna have the
Armel Zeus.
Is gonna be able to pump damage.
5 seconds remaining.
Primal Beast can always connect with the onslaught, so I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Fnatic. The big issue that I've got so far is a little scalability. It's gonna be very, very hard for them to try and outscale any of the heroes. Specifically the Lone Druid, like how do they really kind of deal with this bear? They can kite it up, they can stun it up, they can pulverize it and do all that kind of jazz to it, but they don't really have anybody that's able to actually kill the bear. So I want to see Fnatic try and go for a hero that gives them that
5 seconds
A little bit of
remaining.
extra scalability here. A little bit of extra right-click carry. Yes, the Night Nation.
Dire get a
One of those
bag.
right-click carries. You know, the Witcher played into the AC and all that kind of jazz.
Yeah.
Hate to see that come out. Side of Entity. One issue that I do have with them is they've mainly just got the Marcy that goes in. Was more than happy to sit in the background, but you're playing Assassin. So I kind of want to see Entity have another one that can follow up with them.
5 seconds remaining.
Nice little line so they don't kind of just get disconnected where the Marcy just leaps forward, the rebound, and
Here's
then
the Radiant band.
back, and then the Lone Druid really can't kind of follow up. I like this Panda band as well. It's kind of one of the heroes.
Welcome back,
Right,
Landlubber.
because the Wraith Pack
Get
builder
any salt in
that
your
is able to
lungs?
kind of give them this. They can walk them. So that's going to be very hard for them.
10 seconds.
Like a
5 seconds remaining.
Possible, actually. Any kind of hero, like you say, that just gets forward, soaks up damage, can attack a lot of these spells. It should not be like I don't want to see them go for like some. Well, if Enigma was in the game, you could have gone something like that, but that would be like auto initiation. Like you say, just something that stands in front. What did Liquid pick in this similar position earlier? They went for the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be doubling down on the push, I suppose. And this draft is already disgusting enough as it is. I don't want to see more of that. But any one of these anchor-style heroes, I think, would be very, very good out of Entity. What do they need here for Fnatic?
Dire's turn to
A
pick.
certain hero. They actually don't believe that this is going to be the safe lane Nature Prophet. They think this is going to be another safe lane coming out for Raven. To be fair, Raven has played Nature's Prophet in the past, but his preferred style of carry is a little bit harder than this. Like you were mentioning earlier, they do have major problems with scalability. To be fair, I don't think you should worry about scaling the game when you're playing against awkward and low. Whatever, you're gonna lose the late game. It's fine, it's cool. Try win a lot earlier than they can actually come online. They'll still be in decent stead. You may have 10 seconds to make this deliberation here, Fluke. It'll be a difficult pick for them to grab.
You pick something like
Kaya Primal
or something like that and
Beast,
try and
Armel.
play extremely fast. They're gonna go Alp.
Okay, Primal Beast Armel nga.
Okay, so this draft for Fnatic, I don't even.
Nature's Prophet
So what?
Raven.
I think it's gonna be like Januel playing the Primal Beast. 5 DJ gonna be picking up the Nyx
Jay
Assassin,
Alchemist.
Jabs, Nature's Prophet, Armel, Zeus, and
Raven Alchemist pala.
a Raven Alchemist, and they just try and
Gawin lahat for
play fast here. They're gonna go for the Dirge for their final pick for Entity. So they can play the position 3 Dirge here. The Alchemist is gonna have a very, very hard time into the Marcy Dirge lane. It's really not gonna be fun for them to be able to play up against his hero. Or what? Oh, so it's gonna be a position 5 Zeus. Januel,
Okay,
so
General Zeus.
an Armel Primal Beast then?
Armel Primal Beast.
Armel
Yeah, it
Primal Beast,
is.
okay. Yeah, off lane Nature's Prophet then for Jabs. Unless they want to put Armel or Raven rather on the Nature's Prophet.
Nature's Prophet yan.
Have Jabs be the one playing the Alchemist. But okay, they decided to switch it up a little bit here for the side of Fnatic. The thing is with the Zeus, right? When we saw the pick, I liked it because I thought, okay, this is going to be some guaranteed damage coming from a position where it's difficult kind of for them to reach with their draft. They only have the Marcy that bounce forward in that way. Fortunately, now that it's on the support position, it's going to take a while before the damage ramps up in that way. I mean, Armel can do a great job from the mid lane, but his primary role is going to be getting in, starting fights for his squad, and then cleanup must come from elsewhere. Not that much of a fan, if I'm honest, of the support Zeus, especially not a fan of the position 5 Zeus, unless they're going to try and mix this one up and make DJ be the one that plays 5. But at the same time, I'm not a fan of 5 Nyx Assassin either. I prefer that hero to have some degree of farm, given how good he can look with mobility. At the very end of all of this, Entity, like you said, they will be putting this Undying into the off lane to bother this Alchemist. So, Fluke, your job is to be the smart one between us. Tell me, how does Entity win this game? Looks fairly straightforward from them, but what's their primary strategy, and then what can Fnatic do to try and stop that?
I think what they're trying to do here is they're really trying to shut down the Alchemist in the safe lane. Toby is going to try and take this T1 tower as quick as they possibly can, and I think Fuel's going to get this Mask of Madness and this Desolator build go together. I haven't really seen what Stormstormer has been building. Dark Warden, we're going to go for the kind of later stages Arc Warden, where you go into things like the Hand of Midas, the Boots of Travel, go into the Gluttony from there down, get like a Hex room. Okay. A little bit faster on the Arc Warden. I've seen some interesting and different stuff from a whole lot of Arc Warden. spammers throughout the time. So what of a
Time to first power distraction.
Weird and wacky stuff. I think it's kind of up to Storm and Steve to see if they want to play fast. Or if they're more than happy to, you know, at the start of this game, go, okay, Armel's not having a good time. You know, Raven's not having a good time either. These two heroes try and create a bit of space and create a bit of normalcy for Fnatic and just having a good time. Feeling like Entity's got this one going, but Fnatic, if they're able to give this Alchemist a good lane, if they're able to set a lot of tempo with Armel on the Primal Beast and make some rotations towards side lanes, they can get some kills relatively early on in the Arc. Definitely got enough damage to do it, but I think they just need to make sure they don't get too blown out of the water in these lanes, because really weak lanes considering what they're going up against. So right now Fnatic, I'm not 100% behind their draft, but I see the ideas.
Yeah, I'm very conflicted here because I feel like Entity's draft is better, but I am on a moral level opposed to many of their heroes. So complication here. It's a complication. We just have to deal with the contradictions being presented before us. But here we are. Game number 1. Both of these squads are 4-4. The winning team, if they go 2-0, will find themselves in a top 4 berth. Losing team, they go 0-2. They'll actually not move at all because the teams beneath them haven't managed to win out their games just yet. Nonetheless, it's a crucial series. Could come down to this one. Both of these squads will easily look back at their group stage run and realize this is a game that could have changed everything. Let's see how this rune trade is gonna go. The previous game we saw RNG, I think in both games, being 3-1, but it didn't seem to matter all that much. They still ended up dominating their opposition. This time around, it's just a 2-2 trade. DJ, though, might be in some danger. Beautiful impale. Get off to safety, and he will be A-okay.
They're switching lanes here, Snare. So they're going to send Armel into the off lane on the Primal Beast. They're going to give Raven the mid lane up against the Arc Warden. And that means that now that Pure's going to have to send himself towards top. So it looks like they wanted the Primal Beast up against the Lone Druid, because I think Trample as well is on very, very hard for the Lone Druid to try and deal with it if they ever get on top of the actual they can kind of just kill him and then fight the bear around and kill Clay. So I like what Fnatic did here. That kind of gives me a little bit more, I don't want to say faith in their draft. I think their draft has some good ways of winning this game as well, but setting up good lanes is exactly what they need to do. To make sure that they have a good time on the Alchemist, and to make sure that they have a good time on the Primal Beast, and they can set tempo. Whereas for Entity, they just need to make sure they don't come out of these lanes all too sad. Anyone just going to get a solid kill?
No. He was trying to. Get close. Was making the full-throated attempt, but ended up not working out. Fishman, I'm very excited to see what they're going to be able to do with this Disruptor. If he's in position properly, this Fishman is going to make life difficult for the Primal Beast. For Armel down bottom. Every single time he tries to engage the fight with the Onslaught, just get glimpsed back. Bye-bye, buddy. Can't make the engagement. But Toby, it's such a fun lane for Toby to play. I'd be so happy being Undying here. This bottom lane. Just chilling, man. 2 beefy heroes. They actually just pulled back Raven. Forced out of DJ yet again to save the life of the Primal Beast. Lest he get brought down. Of course, Toby is playing Undying, so you know what it is. Queue up those mangoes, baby. Make sure that you have constant harass going in this lane.
Yeah, that's what I was having a little giggle to myself about just before I looked over at Toby. Just been like, what does he want to build here? Does he want to go for like the Echo Saber build? He goes, nah, mangoes, fam. That's what I'm all about right now. I see him constantly spam out these decays, and he's doing a good job at pressuring the Primal Beast, right? Primal Beast has been one of those heroes throughout the entirety of the LCQ, and now even towards the group stages, that is a very big lane dominator. But if you're able to kind of shut out that hero from the lane that may not allow him to kind of abuse the trample, not allow him to abuse the sword, then he feels kind of lacking, because he needs to try and get towards that BKB where he can really be a menace in these fights. And early on he tries to abuse. That's a very, very strong spell. So if you're able to use this Undying where you just spam out the decay, make him a little weak, it's pretty hard for Armel to kind of utilize his hero. Then he has to come towards the mid game to try and get these ganks early on, and that's where you start to feel the pressure as a Primal Beast. If you don't have this good lane and you're just forced to make these rotations, it never feels good. See you doing good pressure on the arm.
Primal Beast, a hero that's usually used to being able to dominate wherever he is map, but denied of his primary attribute makes life a lot more difficult. Still though, provided that he has a solitary point into either the Onslaught or the Uproar, shouldn't really die in this lane, but do get difficult for him as time goes on. Take a quick look at this mid lane where we do see this awkward and starting to run ahead. Comes with a CS here. Stormstormer has the Midas queued up already, so I think we're probably going for that Axe build that we've been seeing lately. Given how many but it's complicated though, right? Because if you go for that Axe build, then suddenly you're playing these spark rates into Nyx Assassin. They'll be easily able to set up if they want to try and catch you out. So it's a difficult decision for Stormstormer. What do you make of it? Do you think he should go for the Axe or go more for the control route? Look like the Gleipnir Hex that you were mentioning earlier.
Well, looks like Raven on the bottom side. I'll hold my thought for a sec.
I don't know.
There it is.
Got him. Toby did drop the tombstone, but this one's probably unnecessary at the end of the day there, but Kataomi was denied his spend this game, but still allowed to get a first blood. At top lane, they really want to run down Pure's Bear here, but the glimpse back from Fishman makes sure that General can't close the distance, but now he might have put himself in danger because he gets completely surrounded and blocked by the treants coming in from jabs. That'll enable Fnatic here on the top side of the map. Here, all this disrupted. They're like, alright fam, you want to save the bear? Cool. Nope. Gonna cost your life though.
Yeah, so kind of circling back to last year's, it just felt like it was a kind of one of those questions where it's like, I feel like it's going to be on Stormstormer's personal preference. You know, as I said, we've seen a lot of these Aghanim Scepters out from Dark Woods. I feel like it does an insane amount of damage in team fights. It's quite ridiculous, like how broken it is, and especially how hard it is to try and high ground as well. So I'd imagine that's probably going to be the route that Stormstormer's going to go. I would like to see him kind of go for maybe a little bit of this early control before he gets the Aghanim Scepter. Like maybe just a Gleipnir early on, just really kind of trying to force Armel, even force like jabs into popping these BKBs and really like to try and play around the BKBs. So if you're able to put Armel in a position where he has to pop BKB early in a team fight where he hasn't really been able to onslaught, he hasn't really been able to pulverize, and then kind of, I would say you've won a team fight, but you've already made the team fight much harder than it is.
Fairly slow considered affair. Entity just happy to farm with their heroes. Wait for a very, very late game stretch here. Awkward and Lone Druid. It'll take a while before these heroes fully come online, so not going to be expecting or anticipating them to make any wild moves on the map. Right now, General is going toe-to-toe with X-Man, but he's going to have assistance from Jabs, who comes in with the teleport. Will be able to get this kill. Secondary pickup on this Nature's Prophet for this game. But he has access to his power trade, starting to farm up, and they're getting these stacks going for Raven. That's nice and juicy, baby.
Want to watch Raven, daming stock.
Need a gold. And you got a Dark Soul summon out of this. This is the best situation ever. Don't kill it yet. Wait. Oh.
Not getting the min-max just yet. I did like that the entire time that Raven literally saw the stacks. He was like, "Are you guys got fish, man? All right, sick. No worries. I'm going to start hitting these creep camps. You guys good? Yep. All right, awesome, man." And I think doing a really good job at just kind of abusing this position 5 Zeus. Januel he's always been one of those players ever since that I saw him on that OB Neon roster. He's always been one of these players that has been playing these weird and wacky position 5s. He was the guy who pioneered the Timbersaw position 5, the guy who pioneered the Troll Warlord position 5, the guy who pioneered the Death Bomb position 5. So he's always been able to play these different pods live. Maybe on the bottom side of the map, maybe Toby has kind of overstepped his bounds, but I like that Fnatic are abusing the fact that they have this Nature's Prophet. Jabs is now starting to get into these fights. He's really starting to get himself across the map. He's got the treads up now. I'd imagine it's probably just going to be a very early Witchblade that's going to come in from Jabs, and then once he builds into like Witchblade BKB, they can put fights going, and as long as Raven is getting to a point where he's got like Blink, BKB, Basher, maybe even an AC onto Raven, so then they can really just start to abuse the timing that they've got going for the speaking of Raven.
He is being gone on right now. Lane Stormstormer. I thought the like you mentioned, there is the ulti available. Spark rate brings him very, very low. He might still die. Oh my god, 30 HP. Ends up staying alive there. Ultimate on the chemical rate is very, very good. In the meantime, down bottom, Toby in a little bit of danger here, being trampled into by Armel. The onslaught though needs to get Armel out of danger. Jabs threw in the Wrath of Nature from across the map, but he didn't show up personally, so they lack the damage to actually finish off Toby. Toby himself just needs one more decay. They just need one more attack onto Armel. Can Toby find the range? Can he see him?
God.
No, he cannot. DJ throws in the Impale and the darkness covers the retreat. Armel somehow able to escape this bottom lane engagement. That was so close to him falling down.
DJ, the Nyx Assassin has been a kind of standout hero for him across multiple TRs. Now with the Pulver gets scared. Oh no.
This was so smart. Armel didn't actually go back all the way home. He stuck around to pick up the experience for the level 6. He's gonna die for this one. They bring Stormstormer over, rotating in with the real hero, let alone a Tempest double. But get the revenge hit onto Armel, but nonetheless end up losing Toby down in this bottom lane. Stormstormer though does have access to the Hand of Midas, bringing in this Myth Hammer now. We're not that far away from him having the Maelstrom, and then the farm is really gonna kick into high gear. Raven trying his best to catch up to him, but man, dealing with double Midas, very difficult at this early portion of the game. But the important thing is that his team spends this time right now just stacking up some of these camps. Bottom, DJ, will he be able to escape this? He might not be able to escape, but he might be able to set up for a counter kill here. Gets the Impale out. Here comes Jabs now, making the rotation. They take away the Tombstone. Fishman in a little bit of danger. Armel though actually retreated from this. He got glimpsed back. Couldn't participate in this fight anymore. Jabs, now he's the one that's in danger. Doesn't have access to a TP. Doesn't have access to allies. So he will end up just losing his life down in this bottom lane. That's a pretty big kill. Fishman carrying on the Disruptor right now. Be able to glimpse back the primary target. Might still die in the bottom lane though. Dying as well. Coming in for revenge. Here's the pulverized. DJ is here. I love how they give the kill to the Nature's Prophet with the little tree and be able to snipe Toby at the end.
Yeah. Nice little bit of rotationary Dota coming in there from Fnatic, just constantly being able to abuse these low cooldowns, be able to come in with the pile beast. Oh, Jabs. You gotta hit those, buddy. Yeah, that's, I don't want to see that one anymore. There's the ring there for Mr. Jabs, keep his dignity up.
Nag-glitch na naman.
It's fine. Yeah, Fishman's 100% dead. Raven just buys basically. Might not die immediately. He drops a static storm, buying time for allies to start streaming in. He eventually does take a tumble. Here comes both the Stormstormer Awkward as well as the Kataomi Marcy. Kataomi not going to be able to find Jabs, who TP's out right in front of his face. DJ also getting away with the Vendetta just acquired off the back of the Fishman kill. DJ to escape, everybody's out and now middle. This Jabs just shows up, wants to assist Raven. Trying to put pressure on the tier 1 tower. Trying to accelerate the timing of this game and not allow Entity to come online. Correct. Heroes that they have on their lineup.
Yeah, Fnatic are really just setting the full Entity apart. Really just be able to abuse the fact that they have this Nature's Prophet. I really liked this Nature's Prophet pick when I saw it coming out for Fnatic. It just felt like that I haven't really been able to see the grand scheme of things. I haven't really been able to see the pieces come together, and now that I'm seeing it coming in from like draft, they've got a lot of high tempo. They're giving pace to Johnny Roll as well. I like that they had this combination with the Zeus Nature's Prophet, knowing that the Nature's Prophet wants to try and get active early on, so that just gives Johnny Roll this time as his 5 years to be like, oh hey guys, you're gonna give me a free lane? Okay, I'm gonna get myself a little experience, I'm gonna get gold, I'm gonna feel really good about how it's going. He's almost at the level 6. Once he does get that level 6 online, it's going to be oh so hard for the rest of Entity to try and be safe on this map. You can constantly get onslaughted on from Armel. As soon as he hits that pulverize going, you can imagine there's going to be a Nyx Assassin anywhere near it. They get the teleportation that comes down as well, and then all they have to do is hit the Thunder God's Wrath, and it's going to be all any of these. You see DJ now, he's starting to hunt.
Found him. Got him. That's the vision. Oh no, he's gonna cancel the TP. Should have gotten the Vendetta hit first, but prioritizing getting the TP cancel. Jabs coming in. Onslaught will be there coming in from Armel. Final beat, but unfortunately he ran into a Panic Storm, and here comes Kataomi. The Dispose will enable them to bring down Jabs. TP out from Armel, not cancelled, but the glimpse will mean that DJ not that lucky. Take him out as well. So Jabs and Nyx Assassin both end up dying for this Awkward. This Fishman has just been playing so well. Static Storm, that's the second time in the exact same spot. He sets up a decent trade for his team in a situation that looked like they were just going to lose out on a core hero with no reply.
Dire's bottom tower is
nice
under
little
attack.
opener there that came in from Fishman to really be able to pull apart members there on Fnatic. I think that's probably hashtag worth if you are the other members of Fnatic though. Taking down Stormstormer once again, just delaying those next set of items. The scary part about this Arc Warden is the fact that he doesn't really become a super scary hero until he starts getting a few. They have been a team that really needs to try and rely on this Arc Warden getting towards the next couple of items. And that's why Fnatic are really find him out here. To be fair though, Pure is now with the Mask of Madness. He has the gloves of haste, so he's able to actually start being a member in these team fights. I feel like Entity as well as Fnatic can start button heads.
Top lane, I think that's where they want to try and make a quick
Radiant's
move.
bottom tower
Has been dead
is under
propped.
attack.
Assassin is scouting out Kataomi. Kataomi has cleared out the creep wave, so there's nothing to try and bounce off this damage. But DJ knows it's coming. Kataomi went close to the shop. Turns out to have been a mistake. Will end up losing his life here. He's gonna try and set up for some counter kills. This Fishman yet again finding two heroes with the static bomb kinetic field. Both of them should die in short order. Toby and Stormstormer show up to assist. That is a wonderful move from Entity as Fishman. Yeah, yet again with the static storm. This disrupts Eastern European disrupting. This goes back too many years. Where my old heads in chat that'll remember the days of Goblack Disruptor every game. Are now getting glimpsed back down bottom. I'll get 2 kills in the top lane. You come mid to glimpse back the hero protecting the tower, and that opens up the space for the tower to be taken as well. And because you got the kills top, they can't take that tower. Fishman, out here.
Yeah. Showing why this disruptor hero is really starting to level up in its priority, right? We've seen, Assassin and Disruptor be the pods are really starting to into that group stage so far. So Fnatic, they finally have the Radiance up now on Armel, so his farm is starting to be crazy. He hasn't had a kind of blowout crazy Alchemist game just yet. He's going to be able to move. I can peek it. DJ though, he's in trouble. That's my Carapace.
A lot of danger here. My Carapace is
Raven's here.
Good. Actually the one that gets stunned up, and Armel also nearby. He gets feared though. They can't get the connection onto Pure. Pure looking towards bringing down DJ, as well as the Spark Rays doing all this damage towards this Armel Primal Beast, as both of them in danger of dying. DJ somehow the lone person to survive this fray, but Armel not going to be that lucky. The fear, the magnetic field, just the out and out damage from Stormstormer. This is such a problem. This is so early on. This hero is only supposed to become a crazy problem later in the game, but he's already a big problem right now. And top, Fnatic, their problems are not over just yet. As Janral, just be careful here. Doesn't get himself out of dodge. Fishman will prevent him from going home. Will glimpse him back into danger. So stay where you are, my friend. Do not leave this little alcove in the trees. Just home. Pretend that HY is in your team. Just stay in the trees, man.
Stay in the trees. Yeah. Getting to the point now where I think Entity are starting to hit their critical mass here snare. Armel really hasn't been able to kind of get a hold on this game. I think he really has kind of struggled on this Primal Beast. It was a good little lane switch where they wanted Toby on the Undying, just trying to alleviate a bit of the pressure that this Primal Beast can do for a few times where you're able to consistently be able to find the Primal Beast that looks like to go draft and try and look for Toby in the top lane, but all middle lane. This is dead, so once again just finding more of these members of Fnatic, and I think Fnatic their window for them to try and abuse their heroes like the Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet and the Nyx Assassin is starting to rapidly close. They're getting towards the point here where Pure has the Desolator built up. He's almost going to have the Aghanim Shard as well for Lotus, and that's kind of like the go time for all the having that basic dispel, just being able to get that extra bit of movement and attack speed from the Savage Roar. This enables you to kind of play around the Lone Druid Bear so much more, because it just enables it to hit that much harder, move that much faster, move around a lot of these team fights, and not have to worry about issues that Fnatic think they need to wait, need to get their 2 BKBs up, need to try and get this fight going, and hopefully they can try and weather this.
Dire are scanning for enemy.
Stormstormer. You have to deal with something now though, because as soon as the Desolator arrived for the Pure Lone Druid in on the Roshan, so Fnatic aware of this, but take them too long to respond. They're not going to be in time. Tower At bottom is going to be maybe the trade, but the age is already gone. DJ though, gets himself caught in an awkward position. Taomi jumps him. They might want to still take this fight. Armel hiding in the trees, waiting for a good all-score target. Punch on the lone duet, but they have found Stormstormer. It's the real one. Jab CP's in behind him as well, and they are able to get that kill. Taomi fighting 1v1 with the lone duet there against Jab, and they should be able to win this one out. Or not. The bear held in position with the pulverize. They can't finish off Jab. I like is going to be coming in from Fishman, and they do eventually get the kill. Armel, he charges through with the onslaught onto this Undying, and Toby ends up losing his life. Unfortunately, though, they have found Jamal. There's a mere support Zeus. Fishman, his buyback will be expended on a glimpse onto Raven. Raven not necessarily in a position to be brought down. Very, very strong in this fight with the Radiance. About to get access again to his Chemical Rage. Didn't even need to pop his BKB in that fight there, Fluke. Team Fnatic, they come out ahead in that one. It's a 3 for 3, but they did have to buy back on Fishman. But the important thing is that a lot of gold went the way of both the Alchemist as well as this Primal Beast for Armel.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that Armel, you can see towards the end there where Raven got moved back and missing Armel loses his life there. Stormstormer to try and make Goki onto Pure. They found him out. But he can't make that.
Down to it, Pure. Still here with the bear. I mean, they'll take it if they get just the Spirit Bear out of this. Thinking about glimpsing someone back, but the targets they can actually kill are also out of range of the glimpse. Still running forward here on the side of Entity. Some degree of aggression inside the Dire jungle. Not about just yet though. So Fnatic, even though they lost Armel down bottom, he did finish the BKB as he was going down. So you will have that available for the next fight. And Jabs will probably have it available too, as he's a couple hundred gold out. So these heroes on the side of Entity, a lot of that damage in that fight, and a lot of damage at this stage of the game, sure, is coming from the pure Lone Druid, but they really need the effectiveness of the Spark Rates as well as the effectiveness of Fishman. Now suddenly 3 heroes don't have to worry about him at all. It's really going to change how Entity should be approaching these fights. And I wonder if Fnatic will try smoke up to surprise these heroes before they're aware that all these items are actually complete.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the scary thing for these next couple of team fights is... Oh, Januel. Sorry.
Oh, dude. Hashtag worth. It's fine. It's a Tombstone, Static Storm. I'm a +5. Who cares?
And you got the Flesh Column as well, so once this Flesh Column goes away, that's about another 100 seconds where they don't have to worry about the Flesh Column. They're just going to try and get this fight going anyways. They've got double BKB. Toby's going to be hard to kill, but...
Will David activate BKB is the question. He doesn't want to, because he knows they can get the kill without it. Maybe save it for the oncoming fight. Nobody really to hold him down. Pure jumping into the fray with his bear as well. Kataomi after the rebound forces a BKB charge of Armel, but it's a little bit too late. So Armel does end up going down. In the meantime, Jabs TV's in onto the backline of the fight with his own BKB active, but there's way too much physical damage here, Fluke. Kataomi had the unleash. Pure was right in front of him, and they just chomp him to pieces on this Nature's Prophet. Bit of miscommunication there between himself and the rest of Fnatic as they weren't able to connect onto him as soon as he got in on the TP. Cost him his life at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was really disconnected and kind of weird. I thought that they were just going to hit their BKBs to try and catch Stormstormer, because that's exactly what they did, right? But Raven is playing this very tentatively. Playing the edge of these fights, he's understanding that BKB is going to be tough card in all of these fights, and really wants to try and abuse his rage as well. The fact that if he's not able to kind of get this initiation instantly onto Stormstormer in combination with, you know, Dabs or DJ or even Armel, feels like it's going to be very, very rough for him and get a lot of these fights going their way. It is always sad when you see a core pop a BKB and still get right down. So Armel, he's not really having the best game here, which is never what you want to see, but Armel has always been one of those players to me that...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A new hero in the Primal Beast. And getting closer to a few more of these items though here, Snap. Got the Gleipnir done here onto Stormstormer. Almost got these next set of items. They've got the BKB done on Kataomi. They've still got Pure. He's getting very, very close towards his AC. And mentioned that Raven should be able to match his own AC. Big pick up with DJ picking up the Blink Dagger as well. Jabs having the Death Ladder as well as the BKB means that they can was these members of Entity, and I think the biggest thing for
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Johnny Well is getting closer and closer towards Nag and Interceptor. So if he's actually able to have some more impact in these team fights. Lame.
Pull roots and run.
Yeah, that
real
could be a shot. It's no
Storm?
storm on bottom. Yeah. Not sure if they have the lead on him though. EJ thinking about going in. Doesn't have
Stiff win.
confidence that they'll be able to quickly get the kill. Not really sure if it's a Tempest double either. They just backed themselves off. Top lane. That entity was playing close to the tier 2 tower on top. And dominate this jungle. Give more space to Pure to farm. And to deny Raven easy access to the jungles that this Alchemist starts to fall off. But Alchemist and the crew, they're gonna smoke up right now. Raven leading the charge for the blink attempt. Go all the way around. Oh, very smart. They didn't go too fast in. So their smoke not popped just yet. They know for a fact that if they come into the spray, they will not have to deal with the Tempest double or with a young Arc Warden. Let's see who they initiate on. The jungle. Static Storm! With the fear immediately on. He starts himself on Raven as well. The Kato only brings it down. The Fishman's out. Done well. Taken out as well. This Fishman. What a player. The reaction times coming in from this man. Immaculate. I'm not even sure he caught the full vision, but just knew exactly where to place the Static Storm. When sees the self-stun, prevents the BKB activation, also at the end enables his team to dominate that fight and send Fnatic back.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that once again that Raven didn't click his BKB. He hasn't pressed his BKB this entire game just yet. You see here the replay, he blinks in. Oh, he got instantly feared. So, okay, I was wondering why that Raven didn't click that BKB. So that would have been the fight they're able to turn around on, but the fast fingers come in from Entity. You can see the reactions. They're all so happy about that one. Fishman has been playing extremely well here on the disruptor, and I feel like not every time, but a lot of these disruptors we've been seeing some really top tier plays here. In combination with the Nyx Assassin main stage, we're going to be seeing some big old Static Storm. Oh boy, I can't wait to do a Southeast stage. They're yelling about a massive Static Storm. Oh dude, I'm excited already.
I'm already hyped.
Bilig dyan, Dan!
Regrettably, we're not being paid in TI tickets.
Actually, wala yan eh.
Work that into the contract for next season.
Tatabaan na kayo.
Kind of farm up here. One thing that is nice though is that Jabs has been doing a decent enough job of wherever he is on the map, at least trying to keep these waves constantly pushed out to make sure that they're not at least suffering the indignity of losing a fight and then potentially losing your base instantly to the lone druid as well as the Arc Warden. So on both sides of the map, Fnatic have been doing a decent enough job, even when not being able to win these team fights, of denying Entity further positioning on the map and further real estate in terms of tower objectives. Still though, until they get this next Aegis, maybe Fnatic has some time to try and figure out a plan here. Down bottom, fight is breaking out there. Don't do it. Too close in. Get up, BKB out. The jumping. Oh, they found the real deal. The Fnatic field is there. Not gonna be enough. Jabs with the BKB definitely ends up dead as a result of this. EJ can see out. Sure, he can't. Fishman's here. Fishman gets revenge. Stormstormer does die, but I'm not so sure it's worth it anymore. Now you're getting double kills towards the lone druid. This hero is getting uber tanky, has the AC already. What's he delivering now? Brand new item flying in. Just triple wave fans.
Yeah.
But this is starting to become a little bit of a problem. Yes, you can kill Stormstormer, but he's not the only threat on the side of Entity. This dual core they have between him and the lone druid proving to be very problematic for Fnatic at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where we've been seeing it kind of develop across where these teams have these dual cores where it's like you have to commit so much to try and kill one of them, the other core is kind of free to do whatever they want in the fight. It feels like to me that we're starting to fall back in towards classical Dota, right, where you have these mid heroes still hard to deal with. You have your hard carry who's still hard to deal with. You see a lot of these drafts that are much more potential in the eyes of the now it's very, very hard to blinking like that.
Look what's Armel gets glimpsed back in as well. Doesn't even bother trying to do anything. He knows he's dead. Doesn't have BKB at the ready. He's like, well, whatever. Save the one charges for the second life when I respawn. Entity getting to that point of the game here, Fluke, where everything on the map is controlled by them. By the time this Roshan comes up, yes, Fnatic should be able to scout it out. and what can they actually and realistically do about it. Fortunately, becoming apparent that their team fight is really lacking. Their individual critical potential very high, but ready to force big fight and win them seems to be quite difficult. Now bottom, we're trying to rack here between Raven and General.
Okay, pagka may time tayo.
Very low to activate his
Bike
DK.
tayo.
He might have to do it this time, and indeed he does. That's the first
Kaso wala na yung
entire
isang
game.
bike,
He doesn't have an
ibinenta
option. He knows that if he doesn't, he certainly dies in the top lane. But by the time he comes back home, Stormstormer's already cleared out the tier 3 tower here. He's looking to start threatening the racks already. This game, you were mentioning earlier that Fnatic were doing a decent job trying to pull Entity apart, but now it feels like Fnatic have nowhere to play on the map. Everything they're doing is cheeky and cute. Trying to play headlong into Entity is proving to be somewhat impossible right now.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit
Yan,
behind
gawa na ba
schedule.
yung
Even the
CPU
network
mo?
is even Alchemist, right? Like if you're not like 10 or so thousand gold above the enemy team when you have down right now, then Fnatic are definitely in a position where they are starting to really get to. There is a DD room on the bottom side of the map, right? Raven. Maybe they can try and get a fight going, but Pure wants to
Ano
get
ulit yung
himself
gulong eh, bobombahan pa. Mayroon akong pambomba.
It's oh so hard for them to try and get these fights going. As you said, they're just trying to do
Silver Star.
weird plays where they're constantly split pushing, seeing if they can catch some of these members out. Maybe they might be able to catch out Stormstorm. Force Entity to try and have to play this really
Si Raven lang yung may pere, kaya akala mo match
Like
lang yung
Fnatic,
laban
but
eh.
the fact that they have an Arc Warden on their team as well, it just means it's so hard to get these rat plays going. Double down there, he throws a magnetic field on kinda can't hit him. Unfortunate there for Fnatic, but they're putting themselves in good positions now to at least try and alleviate a bit of that pressure. Try and force it to
Dire's
keep back.
middle tower is under attack.
30-90 Uten.
Well, Raven, you guys can go home. Let's see what they're willing to do if they're willing to trade this. If a fortification gets activated by Fnatic, it's down. Pure can just come back and try to finish this one off. Illyrax gets chopped down. Tempest double down bottom from Stormstormer to prevent any kind of counterplay. They just do it and walk away. This is such a complicated situation. Your opponent can take down buildings, and you have literally no reply. Quite hard to play. Down 3k gold right now. You were saying that this lineup needs to be ahead by 10, be behind by 3. Definitely not that. Coming for this mid lane of ranks as well. Gonna be able to easily take down this tier 2 tower. And I don't think they stopped it. They have a decent amount of time left on this Aegis. And they just picked up a basher for Kataomi. Kataomi, Cap is now an additional core hero for the side of Entity, dishing out absurd amounts of damage in the midst of these fights once the Unleash starts going.
And that's why we've been seeing Marcy in the series that is set up. Get this BKB Basher combination. It's kind of like the way they used to think about, you know, remember the position Russia Basher, and you would just dunk the Wukong command, and that would be all. Mars is very kind of similar. You're just cutting up one of the items and
Tunay ata yan ah. Nice! Hindi, nahuli ni Jay.
Pick off, they just picked up the
Wakas may ginawa ring maganda.
Throughout the Nimbus Cloud.
Napapalitan na ni Lord Gansana yan, Jay.
It's okay, that's something. That is something. Not so sure they'll be able to build off the back of this, but does mean that Entity have to play a little bit more carefully. Maybe try including Stormstormer in more of their pushes rather than having him split push. I mean, that's going to be a constant flip that is possible whenever you have the full spells available from Zeus. But it's harder and harder to pull off that particular move once you get the Aghanim Scepter and the additional stats to keep yourself alive. DJ walks in, got caught out, but this man unable to get the Static Storm kinetic field on top of him, and the glimpse as well couldn't really help out. I want to take a fight, or maybe at least try to kill this bear. Raven channeling up the stun, throws it in into the midst of the fight. Jazz comes in, able to bring on Fishman. Counter only with the Unleash. Turns attention back onto his Nature's Nice! He's still holding this fight. Going 1v1 versus the Alchemist. Finally able to win that one out. Here in the meantime, he eliminates Armel. But Pure is the last remaining hero here. They've taken down his support staff right around him. Jabs are willing to commit their lives for the cause, but this time the cause is a righteous one as Fnatic win a team fight on the Radiant side of the map at long lost.
Yeah, they kind of had to do it in an unconventional way. They walked in with pulverized DJs. Stormer. At least don't have reveal for the next assassin, so as long as DJ walks around with some fancy feet, he should be okay with how this is
Bilisan mo!
Wait.
Sorry.
At least Fnatic are able to unconventionally get themselves a
Ginagawa niyan dyan.
Oh no. Janel's not cool. Yep, he's dead.
Ito naman, nagpa-bonus round pa si Janwood.
Oh well.
这大概就是年轻人的操作。
Duke Nukem not going to be out today. He's down. Let's take a
Bonus
look at the
round.
fight again. Like you said, they start with the pulverize up to the low to spirit. Roll out the fear very early on. And Pure is now on the low ground. That enables them to just come up on the high ground. Jabs and Raven. This is a side of the fight where they can be effective. Not having to worry about the two major cores on the side of the team. The lone druid and the Stormstormer. Awkward and given that Stormstormer was still respawning at the time. Decent fight for Fnatic. Unfortunately for them, situations where you're going to catch Entity 4v5 are not going to come along all that often.
See Armel there in the player camp, just giggling at the fact that he got clicked as he was trying to tip the out. So it's always interesting kind of idea about how Fnatic are going to try and win this fight. Seems like their idea so far is just kind of kill everybody around and try and deal with it. And now with the Aegis being reclaimed, maybe they can try have been able to commit and kill Stormstormer extremely fast. I think that's one of the things about the Arc Warden is the reason why they haven't been seeing it all too much in the meta is it is very, very small. Very high damage. Primal Beast, there's heroes that have a whole boatload of damage. Nyx can always find him in the backlines as well. So Fnatic, if they're able to blow up Stormstormer once again before a fight happens, if they're able to once again kite out the static Storm, I think that was probably a big thing in that last couple of team fights was not only do they have Stormstormer dead, but they also kited out the static very, very close to the second scepter. Now they've found everybody out.
Nice! Huli na naman yung ano. Pangalan ng hero na yan. Uy, ang galing ng Jabs pala. Magaling pala ito eh.
BKB actually gets a double kill. Right clicks onto this Disruptor.
Magaling pala ito
Alright,
eh.
Jabs, we see you. Has access to this enchanted quiver as well. And now his team get brave because they know that they have.
Okay, patayin mo niya. Kaya mo rin yan.
They've smoked out.
Oh, nice oh.
Kataomi and Pure.
Okay, lone druid na lang. Wala nakakabaka maya. Apat kayo dyan. Oh, apat kayo dyan.
Has no way out of this fight. And he will end up dead. Somehow Jabs doesn't even get punished
inabutan,
in the top lane
nasakal.
either. As Fnatic.
Bugod. Nice stand.
From strength to strength. Armel, onslaught forward. He wants to try and find Toby. Doesn't have the pulverize just yet. Up in 5 seconds. Maybe forced to retreat before it is at the ready. Alright, Fnatic. Slowly but surely here, Fluke. They're starting to find these little pockets of space, exploiting the windows of opportunity. Getting these big kills. Jabs has been instrumental though. Holding up this map. Continually killing this off-warden. Making the numerical advantage on the map. Him getting that double. Then suddenly, like you were saying, there's no static storm, there's no team fight tools of Fnatic, of Entity rather, immediately get denied away from them when those spells are down.
And you can see that they just isolated Pure as well. And I think that's
Diretso lang, may dalawang tank sa likod.
NC are getting punished pretty hard
Papatay, okay lang
for
yan.
being a little bit sloppy in the way that they're moving around the map and stuff. The fact that Jabs literally just has Nuke Shot, BKB, Jesu, and a MKB, and now this is a big team fight to try and win.
There's that buyback if needed. Regrettably, his BKB was still on cooldown from his attempt successfully on Stormstormer's life in the top lane. But still, Fnatic have brought this tier 3 tower down to pretty much no HP. The next time a move like this happens, they should be able to equalize the Rax advantage that Entity are currently enjoying.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing with them current fights. Going that way, not even team fights, it gets pickoffs into where the next start is slowly starting to eat back into the game. You see how squishy Jabs could be, but see how much damage he can do as well. Oh god, it's gonna BKB. The combination between him and Johnny Well is what being able to pick off Stormstorm, and the fact that Stormstormer has no defensive items at all. He's gone for the kind of max spark rate kind of build. He's got Doreen Court, now he's going to have the Active Scepter up as well, so constantly just going to be trying able to spam out these spark rates here. And if there ever is going to be a team fight where Jabs once again is able to get into the backline, if he kills somebody like Stormstormer, if he kills somebody like Fishman at the start of these fights, even if he kills Toby early on, that means that the rest of Fnatic can come in from the front and just set their sights onto either Pure or Stormstorm, and as soon as they start getting picked apart and can't have this kind of front-to-back fight, I think that's the biggest thing for it. Have a front-to-back fight. They want to have one of their heroes in front, and they want to have their damage dealers in the back. Hero's probably going to be the guy who's going to be walking forward. Kataomi is going to go in with him, and then just going to have Stormstorm reinforce Fish from the back line.
Nice card.
The chaos breaks out. As soon as Fnatic are able to break that formation, that's when things start getting weird, and you really can't do it that way. Someone showing the power of the Arc Warden, kind of pull up.
Tatak mo, nauuna ka pa. Tatak nyo ha. Tatak mo, Marcy ha. Kala mo malakas yan ha. Anak, kakagalaw.
But Kataomi survives the fight and gets off the unleash and all of his HP back. Stormstorm does die at the end of the fight, but nonetheless,
nakagalaw si Marcy.
They turn their attention back onto Jabs now. The Nature Prophet will die. DJ gets off yet another good stun, but it's not going to be good enough to keep him alive. They buy back on 2 on the side of Fnatic. They lose Stormstormer, but my goodness, the fight's turnaround from Entity. They're showing and leveraging just how much further ahead they are right now. If this was a more even game, Fnatic would have been able to rinse that fight, but these heroes too strong to kill. Even Kataomi doesn't die underneath the onslaught of damage from Raven at this point.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is the Agnes that literally was picked up seconds. That team fight broke out there from Static Storm.
Split push mo na lang.
Pummel Beast can't pop his BKB. Pummel Beast can't use any of his massive AoE. Kind of bits back. A 3-man start that came in as well. Imagine if there was pulverized. That came in as well. Jabs in beautiful to be able to take down the fight. Now they're going to try and get this fight going.
Raven.
Jabs is definitely going to die here. That's a die back as well. 2 minutes in the grave, no buyback. Kataomi follows him as well. But Kataomi's now with him being gone. They have to wait for Stormstormer to respawn if they really want to try and force this push on the side of Entity. 100 seconds in the grave though for Jabs. Fnatic. Very awkward place to be at the moment. They know that the push isn't over. They know that it's coming as soon as Stormstormer returns. And here he is. Look at the creep wave though. Pretty far back. But 90 seconds, no jabs. This is a large period of opportunity available for Entity. But they actually choose to back off. They want to take these risks. They know that they don't have any clear vision of this high ground just yet. So they're like, we don't need to actually force the issue. We can just go bottom, push that out again. We'll come back for the next fight.
Yeah. I don't think it's kind of the end of the world right now for either of these two teams. I think Entity's exciting. Yeah, they're kind of critical mass. I think good. Hard to deal with. Imagine this play is going to be the next thing on the menu, even though he does have queued up here. Whereas the other side of things, like this is where it starts getting awkward for Alchemist. Because, yeah, you've got a lot of this gold, but like Alchemist is one of the kind of need of these items. The fact that his one passive literally just gives you kind of the reason you need a few more items on this Alchemist system.
This man, shut the Aghanim Center now on Stormstormer. Dragging back Shun well. This is actually a huge deal. He's a big source of damage. You need to buy back. They're going for the jugular here. Entity pounding onto the tier 4 tower. DJ finds the stun. Raven coming in. Wait for damage from this Alchemist as well. Mal going first onto the pure bear, but doesn't have the follow on the Raven. But he's inside the Static Storm. Couldn't get off his BKB. Again for 2 minutes. Now getting caught out on the left side of the fight. He dies as well. DJ the token impale, but to no avail. Fnatic all GG. An Entity take the game 1 victory here in the final series of the day, giving themselves a 5-4. That was, yeah, Entity really made Fnatic.
Lakas nito. Talo rin ng talon. Matalon.
Dire Pause ban now.
Ito muna tayo, balagyan tayo ng game
10
2.
seconds.
Babawi yun.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Wala nang pag-asa ng talo na to.
Dyer's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dopian 23 sabi. Ikoto, Mangolier. Pwede.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Palag. Nanalo kanina sa book kapit. Up 1-1 2-8-3-7. Ilaglag na pa akong 2-8 wala na. Evil Genius 8-2 oh. Tsaka ano to, yung ba mahina 8-2. Nasabi ko sa'yo. Pero mas malakas ang Royal Never Give Up 9-1. Isa lang ang talo. OG 6-4. Sonic wala na. Tapos ito PSG LGD 5-4. Liquid 6-3. Secret, ayos din ang secret ha, 6-4 ha. Yung Tundra nakahabol, 7-3. Sting, ang lakas talaga to, nakahabol. Ay, 2-0 pala secret yun. Tapos yung Fanatic natin, 4-5, medyo lower bracket to. Pares pala sila ng entity, 5-4. 4-5 at 5-4 ay, talon. Pag natalo pa, 2-8 na. Thunder Awaken, 5-4. Lower bracket. Mga ganun. Yung Team Spirit, 5-4. Oh, lower bracket. Oh, kaya, upper pag pare-pareha sila sa taas. TSM, 3-6. Oh, talo pala yung Spirit, oh. 1-0 pala to. Aster, malakas talaga. Chinese, 6-2. Viscos, wala na. Viscos, wala na. Tusik. Dalawang talo pa, iyak na yan.
Prepare for battle.
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
Partida tensa, partida tensa, partida complicada.
Start na yung talon. Talon muna, panoorin natin. Walang caster.
Такая халява, такая халява.
Walang caster. Nga to, spirit na lang. Ay, tapos na. 2-0. 2-0 spirit. Zero spirit, tapos na rin pala. Ano spirit?
Cast off the lines. We embark for battle.
Maglaro ka naman. Oh, last ano na to? Last live. Ano? Last match ko na yung Fnatic, Boss Dave. Laro tayo pagtapos.
Sa
Calm down. You have been denied.
Talo na to, matatanggal na to. Ano, paltan mo na nga si 23 sabi.
Dire's top tower needs some brains.
Same as you, Tide Hunter.
It's your lucky day.
With apology.
Tahimik ng laban eh, walang caster. Upal, ikaw nga mag-cast dito, JR. Pakaz, wala niyang pangalan niya. Pakaz. Pero magaling yung pakaz na rin, no? Ulat naman eh.
you down.
May ganito akong skin.
Feels good given.
Middle is missing. Middle is missing.
Bounty. Dazzle.
LGD ata yun. Patay, di kakas. Kakas ka. Nabuhay pa.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Tara, nilipat muna bago niya.
Your place. Back to dust.
Dapat iwan ang pumasok, hindi itong talon eh. Kaya sayang muslat eh. Yak, 23 cabbage. Ay, ano?
Tres, dos, uno. Adiós.
Okay, lipat na tayo. Simula na ata pa natin. Ito na, Vikings na. Lipat na tayo.
Please, DJ.
Dito tayo sa kababayan natin, hindi doon.
Here's the Radiant Band.
Game wouldn't be too
imported
upset
yun eh.
as well. Okay, Entity is the one that banned it out. I mean, they saw that Fnatic have first pick out of the phase, so they give them the opportunity to. How do you feel about the Spirit Breaker here? Some success with him earlier on from Box. I say decent was actually game breaking, but having him in this situation we've sometimes in the past seen him as a pseudo answer to the Nyx assassin. You can just keep
Halo
following this
Fanatic
hero
1-0
around.
sa end.
It's a way to be able to apply pressure to Invoker early on in the game before this hero can really start getting a hold of this mid lane. And of course, it's just a nice. I like having this interplay of like one hero can force the fights, and Disruptor is the one that can force the retreat. Glimpse a hero back, or you chase them across the map. Either way, you just have the mobility advantage. I think that could be a decent.
10 seconds.
I hate it. Definitely feel like that this first big coming up.
5 seconds remaining.
Tell us what Fnatic's idea is going into game number 2. Have overwhelmed team fight, whether or not they want to try and have these tanky heroes.
Radiant's turn to ban.
And kind of group together, because I think that's where the downfall for this Nyx assassin has come sometimes, has been droppers of ball. Hasn't really
Oy, kumain na ba kayo?
that pick-off potential. Even just trying to get himself towards some daggers and stuff.
Radiant's
The days
turn
of old
to
when you
pick.
saw these Nyx assassins with your hammer and all that. That's
Dire's
a lot
turn
more
to
easy to
pick.
get balls to get over the top of the Nyx assassins. So they're just going to go with the Dirge. That's what I thought was going to get banned out here from Entity. They did spend a lot of time there to Drow. So pretty straightforward here from Fnatic. They've got 3 heroes that give them a whole lot of team fight. 3 heroes that are relatively okay in an Nyx assassin. I think Disruptor's probably the only have some issues here. You can get caught out with it with the Pangolier Swatch by
5 seconds remaining.
Dirge definitely has a really good shout out in this. Gonna go with the buff up strat here. Shadow Fiend +1. Dancer into these heroes. Okay, you're able to at least stop the Rolling Thunder, and now you've got a really good base to help this Shadow Fiend, and gonna go back for the Armel Classic in the.
There were some years ago, especially around TI5, TI6 era, where if you played fantasy cards back in those days, the smart and only reliable decision one could make would be put Raven in the team, because Raven would pick Terrorblade, would dominate his games, get like obscene amounts of net worth, obscene amounts of farm. Even if like TNC Fnatic weren't winning at the time, it didn't really matter. Just having Raven there was good for your points tally in total. And now he's going to be on one of his signature heroes on this TB. What's interesting about what Entity have done here with the Silencer is if they can find themselves vision in the midst of these team fights, they can get the global silence down before the Static Storm emerges from the side of Fnatic. And Static Storm is going to be a big requirement for their team fight overall, in tandem with this Pangolier. Entity,
Radiant's turn
going
to
to be
ban.
a lot of pressure going back onto this Nyx assassin to ensure that they have adequate vision to make those kind of moves. But I like that they have this TB. They have some late game potential as well. As good as this Shadow Fiend has looked, the Shadow Fiend can just stand there and hit heroes. A sufficiently farmed Terrorblade will just go meta, spawn the illusions, and eat you the hell alive. So, Kata Omi is to watch all the map and be like, stop Sunder, stop meta, get the R out as quickly as humanly possible so we can actually kill these heroes. And in this game, you know this young Nyx assassin?
Yeah.
I am worried about how they're going to be playing this game, because Nyx, after that last game, is now sitting 16 games, 81% win rate here at TI11 so far, which is obscene. That's actually incredibly high.
Here's the Radiant ban.
It's kind of ridiculous that we're seeing the resurgence of something. Viper ban is a little bit interesting to me. I feel like this is really going to be a hit. They are lacking a little bit of lockdown, but they've got the global silence to be able to help out the Timber. You really want to try and have somebody as
10 seconds.
Chaos Creator for them. Terrorblade really doesn't well with the Timber.
5
Yeah, they have the
seconds
Static
remaining.
Storm and the Undying. They can that's it and do a bit of work, but that's why you've got the global silence being able to panic about one of these remaining heroes they have to try and play around with. I'd imagine it's playing the Shadow Fiend, Storms, Boka. Now we have seen Timbersaws do against Terrorblades in the past. About what I would say get rid of the personal sake. I guess Raven have a few ideas that he okay, and I don't hate that either. Obviously Panda can kind of just throw up the Terrorblade during that. Well, and you know, if you get that split going, you can kind of just run it with Disruptor. And he doesn't really have much to do because he can't glimpse all.
10 seconds.
How do you feel about Dark Zero Underlord?
5 seconds
also
remaining.
some classic counters. I think Darkseid could be particularly, but we're already talking about having this buff-up strat for the Shadow Fiend, so another aura carrier should be quite decent.
Legion Commander!
So that they make him as strong as possible. Okay. We haven't really seen this hero at TI so far. I think it was like, what, one game that involved the Legion Commander, but for the most part, this hero has been mostly ignored, so they will have access to this duel. It's only been the third game of LC. All of them have lost in my remembrance, but I'm not 100% sure. What do you make of this? Why LC of all the heroes and Fnatic yet again come back for this off-lane Monkey King? We saw them playing this earlier today, I believe. Didn't necessarily work out for them, but it's going to be emerging here again. I don't know how I feel about this off-lane. I'm going to be completely honest, so tell me how you feel about this Legion Commander first while we digest this last pick that came out of Fnatic.
I think the reasoning behind it is you've got heroes that are able to buff up the Shadow Fiend once again with press the attack, and the duel just gives you that little bit of extra lockdown. I think they were lacking a little bit of extra catch and lockdown on the side of Ents has played at least
10 seconds.
past. It also enables you to kind of just jump onto this Terrorblade, right? You're able to jump on it down, you hit the global silence. It's really hard for them to try and get the counter initiation that way around. It's not too bad from the Legion Commander. I think, as you said, that this LC has been a bit weak. Yeah, group stages so far. I think he's a rough time in his Assassin Legion. Doesn't really fill me with a lot of confidence against like a Terrorblade Disruptor lane. They are able to purge off the Thunderstrike with the press the attack, so I guess that's another reason why they wanted to Legion Commander. Shadow Fiend, we've seen what Shadow Fiend can do. Jab's playing the Monkey King. I don't have all too much confidence in it, so I feel like Entity definitely have good ways to win this game, but Fnatic have a lot more comfort here. Got Armel on his Pangolier, he's looks really far. Raven's playing his Terrorblade. Januel has been doing a lot of his position 5 heroes strength kind of melee. I'm going to give Fnatic a very slight edge just because a lot of the comfort that they've got buying it up.
I too am not sold on the LC, but this one, the thing I like the most about the Fnatic draft is they actually have an opportunity to fight from behind in this situation. It's like Wukong's command, hold heroes in position. That's it. Wukong to do all the damage and keep heroes in position for the tombstone to come in as well. There's like a lot of things that seem like it will go right. A very execution heavy draft for Fnatic. Let's see if they can pull it off here in game number 2. They are down 1 game as it stands right now. They would hate to end the day's campaign going 0-2 in this situation. Need to try and claw their way back into a winning position. Entity, of course. A lot of people were regarding the squad as being dark horses to win the whole damn thing here, Fluke, and they haven't necessarily been performing to those expectations. You need to try and find some of these 2-0 wins, begin building momentum going into the playoffs. Of course, avoiding being eliminated is the priority right now, but they are looking towards the future. They want to go as deep into the tournament as humanly possible. That's the kind of stuff starts here. But against Fnatic, one of the C-hopeful teams. Pretty much a home crowd squad. And beating them here, 2-0, making those next couple of days a lot easier for you, mentally as well as within the game.
Nako, di na naman ako nakapag ano.
Korean crowd.
My keyboard
Filipino players,
my keyboard is not working.
Fnatic players. We'll basically call it the backyard, right? Southeast Asia. I'm gonna play some stages in the Philippines.
At last,
feeling a
the
lot better right now.
begins.
See how these first couple of fights do go out though.
See how this game starts. I'm from Africa. If a tournament is held in Egypt, it's still counted as, I still have to look at it as, it's part of an African tournament. It's the home crowd I have to support. And, the distance is a lot shorter over there in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia, so see how they perform here. It's all important game number 2. This mid lane versus Stormstormer. So this is going to be a classic game. Stormstormer and Boca versus Armel Pango. This mid lane matchup is going to certainly be electric. Who do you give the edge to here? between the two heroes of the Pango and the Invoker in terms of how they'll come out of this laning phase?
I think Pengo does relatively well in most of the lanes. I think the fact that he has Lucky Shot as well as Watchmaster just means able to secure a whole lot of these yes, and Armel has been kind of playing really well on this Pango. So I would have to give that a very slight edge to the Pangolier because he's always going to have that small amount of kill threat, right? Like constantly just gets these shield crashes going in. Once it hits level 3, it's going to be very, very hard for Stone to extend and fight the damage mitigation that comes out from shield crash. So I feel like Armel's going to have a relatively okay time towards this mid lane and kind of fine with whatever comes out of it, especially if you get the power in at level 6. Talked about if you get forehead pile or power in will be very, very important. Pangolier this time around, not so much important for Stormstormer, but if Armel gets like a haste rune, if Armel gets like an arcane rune, or maybe a double damage, he goes to one of these side lanes, he kills Pure, he kills Kobe, he's able to enable his King or his Terrorblade on the side lanes, then Fnatic are going to be in a pretty good spot.
Of the first King, able to pick up the first blood in the top lane, and it's the big target of Pure that they end up bringing down. Fnatic putting out that pressure. Bottom lane will also end up with a kill onto Toby, who needs the rotations from Armel. When these side lanes can just do it all themselves. Two core heroes dying right now. Fnatic, this is the start that they needed for game number 2. Much better position already. But they need to keep this bully drop going. Shouldn't just be an early situation. Junwell now being able, it's Jab, sorry, in the top lane with DJ. Because Junwell is playing the bottom side of the map on even dying. Almost got another kill onto Pure. Just as he returned to the lane, he's going to have to ferry in so much additional regen just to sustain himself here. The next time they have access to the full of the strike, Pure knows that they're going to try and go for him again. DJ also has the glimpse at the ready, so top lane, we should keep our eyes here, Fluke. He'll not too long from now if they can have their way on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are doing a good job at just abusing the fact that Monkey has some really strong spells early on, and Shadowfiend hasn't hit that critical mass just yet. Like SF really gets to the scary point when he hits that level 3 mark. He's got Shadow Res once he hits level 5 as well. So Jabs and DJ are able to constantly be in the face of Katsuomi as well. That's when it can really start to get scary. Because Nyx is only really going to be an Impale, and that's all he's really going to be in this lane. So start getting toward later stages of this laning phase where we see having a few. That's when Fnatic has some troubles, but they get one kill early on, which they already have. They transition that into 2, then maybe Punk can start to abuse the lane if you get some potion early. Get the few stat items and just kind of constantly pressures the SF every single time.
They weren't able to go for more aggression in the top lane, so things have quieted down a little bit. It's coming back into a farm fest for a while. If it's a farm fest, Fnatic heroes will certainly be extremely happy about it. Taomi just in the top lane, one more hit, we'll get him close. Counter strike is at the ready. Junwell will commit it. Oh, Jab, why did you messing up their name here? Jab gets the glimpse back onto Pure. With the help of DJ, shout out Disruptor. Great hero, Disruptor might die for this, but it's gonna grant Jab the double kill on this mighty game. Alright, this is a phenomenal start to this game. We kept our eyes on the right lane here, Fluke, because this is where all the action is happening.
Yeah, I think Jabs as well as DJ, I think they just need to constantly be on the. I think they need to constantly just be in the face of Pure. I mean, they need to make sure that Jabs is constantly getting these kills. All now, love to see him get a lobby with a Primal Spring. He's got the magic one, but wouldn't hate to see if he went for an Orb of Corrosion as well. You can just see how much pressure the Cookie offers to get the second Orb of sacrifice. Many of these raises here, Jabs does not have the Boundless Strike to try and heal back up. Watch that.
Did he just dodge? Yeah, he did. And this just dodged the third raise. Well done from Jabs. In the meantime, Stormstormer was ganked up in the mid lane as DJ respawned, goes middle, making sure that they have the kill potential with the glimpse back. So, providing some global value already on this Disruptor. Back on top, I think Katsuomi is in trouble. Yeah, he's dead. He's a glimpse. And the strike will be there. Gunwell says, thanks, buddy. Jabs now dominating. 4 hero kills up in this top lane. How are they doing down bottom for Toby and Fishman? Toby can't really afford to be in a situation where he's being outpaced throughout the entire game. He's the one that needs to be able to make the forward jumps for his squad. Because of how rough things have been going for Katsuomi, we're going to have a fairly late level 6 with this Nyx Assassin. So The dynamism of this game should come from Toby.
Top tower
He already managed to
needs
zone
some
out the
friends.
Terrorblade, sending him all the way back to base here. So
Jabs.
bottom lane will be the territory of Entity. Jabs, top lane yet again aggressing into Pure, but the body blocks from these creeps, putting him in a bad position here.
Mega
Just get up the
kill
bottom,
na,
strike
sabay,
when the
laban.
creeps back. Brings Pure right into the face of the Jabs Monkey King. A mega kill streak already for the MK. This pressure that's being applied is so solid. Jabs, will he be able to escape away from this one? Indeed he does. They even drew Fishman to the top side of the map as well. So that leaves Toby all alone down bottom, despite the fact that he was dominating. And now look, Armel reading the map very well, making the rotation to the bottom lane. He has access to the Rolling Thunder. Toby sticks around for this last creep wave. Unfortunately, this creep wave will cost him his life. He gets rolled onto by Armel. Steps caught in the corner. He's already killed. And Pure came down bottom. Either potentially for a lane swap or maybe to help out. But instead he's going to find himself in some degree of danger. He's level 3 right now. He can't really stay far forward in this lane.
Bottom tower.
Wow.
is about to
Jabs has been putting the
flounder.
screws on him in the top lane, and it seems to have been working out. Seems like the pick of this off-lane Monkey King was an inspired decision coming in right now for Fnatic.
Pure is a lower level than what Judgment is.
这大概是讲游戏人的操作。
I mean, this is looking rough, man. I'm gonna be real. I think Fnatic are playing this draft to perfection. Jabs somehow is the scariest hero on the map. Maybe they might be able to get something back here with support.
Mid lane. Looking for General. I think the bigger kill though could be happening middle, as they do end up being able to bring down the Undying, and Stormstormer barely escapes. Drops the ice wall because of the gank that just happened in the bottom lane. They didn't have Rolling Thunder on Armel, but now Jabs is here in the bottom lane trying to punish Pure yet again. Raven looking for him in the trees as you see Jabs trying to chase for Toby. Raven now on a killing spree himself. Toby doing his best to try and run away. I mean, Jabs has actually no real intention to kill him. Just wants to zone him back and say, dude, you can't play this lane anymore. I'm sorry, just back the hell up. What can you do? Oh no, Toby! Back up, Toby! Oh! Toby's dead. The glimpse back will be there. Short's gonna put him in a technically safer position, but he's inside the kinetic field. The Sunstrike will connect onto Jabs, but he drops down the boundless strike. One more right click onto Toby. That'll result in a kill for the Monkey King. Unstoppable streak, 6-0-1 in the first 8 minutes of this game. And they can't punish Raven. They don't have the levels, they don't have the aggression, they don't have the ability. And now guess what happens? Armel's coming top. He has Rolling Thunder. He knows that Pure is super weak right now. Pure is still level 4. Stay that way. He's about to lose his life to Armel. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Jabs able to get another pick off by himself onto Fishman. Jabs almost kind of hard carrying this game at the moment. The reason Pure is so weak is because Jabs dominated him. Now he's here bottom doing the same thing to Toby and the crew. Wow, Fnatic are really showing up here in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are just showing the prowess of this offlane Monkey King. It just did a whole lot of work up against the Shadowfish. Shadowfish is level 4.
About to take the blood.
Like, this is reminding me of release Monkey King. That's what this is reminding me of. Pick Monkey King, you go in the offlane and get a rampage at minute 1 because we weren't able to do with the kind of last that you have. And Jabs is just being able to play along a lot of these edges, and Entity, they don't really have anybody who can shove any of these heroes out of their lanes, right? Everybody is so far behind the field to find his best time. Oh, he's been found once again. Jabs is hunting.
Well, I think this is his worst time, unfortunately, because guess who's here? It's the old friend Jabs. Hey buddy, haven't seen you in a while. Just wanted to say what's up. Fortunately, Jabs' version of saying what's up is just sending you home to the fountain.
Middle tower is under attack.
Attic, not allowing the Shadow Fiend to play anywhere. This is definitely the most shut down I've seen a Shadow Fiend by 10 minutes in the entire tournament up until this point. He has not been able to do anything here, Flu.
Yeah, and I think he's even lucky to just have a few of these results. The fact that he has 5 Necromasteries is still surprising to me, because I've seen Pure just get ran at. Like, they just get the Rolling Thunder, they just go directly into his head. You know, Jabs is always going to have the primal strength, be able to follow up as well, and you can just see how oppressive it's been. As soon as they saw Toby stick his face towards the bottom side of the map, you just saw that DJ and Jabs just drew a line towards the bottom side. They found a Pure again. Oh, he's in the trees. He doesn't have a TP, man. Oh, they found him.
They know where he's at. There we go. Guess who finds him? It's his old friend Jabs. What's up, buddy? What's going on? How you doing?
Oh, this is so depressing to watch. Like, I really feel bad for Pure. Every so often I look to my right, I'm just seeing if I can see Pure in the player camps, because I think at this point I don't know how you're supposed to come back from this, man. He's what, 0-1-7. 1-7 with 33 last. He's at 10 minutes in. The Disruptor almost has more net worth than him. It's a big fight.
Soulstormer, gonna look for revenge on his behalf though. Nice one hit again.
Nice patay din. Nice lang. Bakso ka palit.
So they are able to kill Jabs, but DJ demonstrating why the Disruptor hero was so valued in the draft. Drops the status form down onto 2 cores. Yes, sure, you eventually end the Wicked's kill streak. Toby happy to grab that gold, but immediately has to give it back to the other direction. Team Entity unable to do anything on this map. Every move they're trying to make has been hard countered. Every team fight they try to approach, they immediately get bounced back and rebuffed. It just feels like Fnatic not gonna stop this train for anything. Look at this. Armel about to pick up a Diffusal Blade. We already have our Raven TB getting uber strong. Yasha's just arrived in for him right now. Of course, Jabs, the actual carry of this team, closer and closer towards the Echo Saber, and Entity running out of options on how to deal with these things. There's no levels for Pure. You need to find some space and time for him to be able to farm up, but you need the same for all the other heroes. And with a lack of overall levels and a lack of items, they don't have the damage. Even if they were to find like a duel, they need to drop so much on top of it. They can't go for like these 2-3 hero gank squads. They have to involve so many resources. That's so beneficial for Fnatic. It means they can outgreed the map. Play pretty much exactly as they want right now.
Yeah, they are going to see if they can try and get these Jabs. Maybe with the Sunstrike they can get this done. They're going to come in here, cut the Omi.
They clicked on them, they saw the Ogre Axe, they're like, this is not amazing.
So now we're looking towards to see what Fnatic are looking. See the lines that they drew. They decided to scan as well. They want to kill Pure. Johnny's face on this middle lane. They had the Rolling Thunder. They've got DJ here as well.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
They dust up, thinking that it's the Nyx assassin nearby. Didn't want to go into the trees here. I think they were scouted actually. There's an observer ward. It might have just caught the lost vestiges of the smoke gank happening.
Precious bounty.
Not able to get a clean initiation here. Good read of the map by Pure, keeping himself in a safe position. And they're not going to find this observer ward either. But unfortunately, this ward will scout out that they're going into the Roshan pit. Whilst Entity they really do anything about this. They got the Blink Dagger now for Toby, but Pure still doesn't have access to the Requiem. They don't have big teamfight spells from the Invoker just yet. Still gonna try. Stormstormer. Got the Sunstrike. So they found the ward. My friend, nice impale. To stop the Undying, done well. Not gonna be able to plop down a tombstone. Oh yeah, Henry has one. I think they're both hundred. Comes from on committed just to ensure that they have the spacing to be able to bring this one down. The finale on the Roshan, they get the agents as well. Flips back onto the silence of Fishman. You're not going anywhere, my friend. They approach just to see what's happening. From Kata, Omi, and Fishman, they were hoping to try find any kind of angle into the pit. All angles are denied. Fnatic get the 2 kills, get the Aegis. Starting to really diminish the capacity for Entity to play anywhere on this map.
Surprisingly enough that they decided to give the Aegis to Jabs. I thought they would play a little bit more on the offensive side of the game. They understand that Jabs is being the guy who is being in the face of everybody. Playing around with Pure in this middle lane here are DJ and Raven. Well, that's a good comes in. DJ though, he gets the same sort of Fnatic field combo.
Oh, Global Silence! He does end up dying, but I try to come in for the counter initiation here. If he had a little bit more HP on that angle, he survives, maybe gets back, allows himself to get off a swashbuckle, then they can try and re-engage, but Entity willing to drop both the duel and the Global Silence. Regrettably, it doesn't equal dual damage. It's just a straight up kill. But at this point in the game, especially given that the kill went the way of Pure, you'll take anything that you can get on this map. It's not been a kind experience for the side of Entity. But the game's not over just yet. They still have all their tier 2 towers. They still have their outpost. High ground has not been taken nowhere close. So we've also seen this Battlefield come back from worse odds than this before here, Fluke.
Seen 0-8 Shadow Fiend be able to come back and win the game. So not going to write off this SF just. I have a bit of struggle zone because in the game wouldn't take a tower to save their life. Where no way, he just
Tatakas na, nahuli pa. Ang malas.
DJ. I think it's kind of poetic that DJ is the one that got the glimpse onto Fishman. He's like, yeah, it's fun, isn't it? He did this to us all of game 1, buddy. It's enjoyable. With that, they're gonna try set up for this tier 2 tower. They can push. They don't have the fastest push in the world with Raven not being nearby as he is busy down bottom. So current real carry in the form of jabs will do his best impression of trying to beat down the tower, but it's gonna take a while. They suss out that he's alone here. Maybe they tried to re-engage on him with the invis Kataomi Nyx, but Jabs also realizes the same thing and will just leap himself away, rejoining his team, getting closer to safety.
Yep. Starting to pull these heroes apart a little bit here. If you're in a scenario where try and catch him out, DJ does have some wins. They try and pull Hero away from this. Gonna dive deep behind this tower. Jabs
very awkward spot. This one is a good one. He would get a great medium though, and that might lead to a kill on the jab. That's the first life taken. But Armel with a beautiful roll into a swashbuckle. Will delete 2 heroes, both of them being cores. Misery for Pure will continue into this game number 2. As we see the LC also unable to really do all that much with Toby. Man, the difference in Toby's game number 1, he was so influential all across the map, buying time for his team, getting in front of his engagements, but here on the LC, not really able to contribute in the same way. Now they've lost their first tier 2 tower down in this bottom lane. That's also Raven getting involved right now. He's about to finish the full Manta. CE right now completely uncontested Fluke, and if they keep scaling like this, I'm really worried for the side of Entity once Raven decides to become a full-throated member of all these gang squads. Right now, he's primarily focused on his farming. But when he gets close to having that Eye of Skadi, he's going to be like, well, there's no reason not to just come in and just fight all of you. They'll probably need another Roshan before that point. But Entity, the way things are going, certainly it'll be Fnatic claiming that next Roshan as well.
Double damage!
Fnatic are definitely just starting to close this map out, trying to get rid of some towers, getting that they can kind of scale in towards the late game as well. They've got a Monkey King, they've got a Terrorblade as well, who's getting towards that critical. And usually these first couple of items of the Terrorblade are the best kind of item time. And to sell Dragonlance time. You hit that Metamorphosis is very, very hard for them to try and catch you out. The only real way they can catch him out is if they blink cool him with plants on top. This time around, it'll be very, very hard for them to get that done considering how strong Jabs has been as well. Fnatic are in a good spot to be able to game out and just take it for the effort. Towers really kind of close it up for Entity. And I think Terrorblade has been one of the better heroes up against the Shadow Fiend as well. Just with the raw amount of physical damage that
are scanning for enemies.
I feel like even if this game gets a little bit further on and Pure actually does start to have an impact in this game, that TB is going to have
win. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Set TV, he's top lane of the tier 2 tower.
To take the plot.
We'll come back to the tier 1. I can't believe they still have tier 1s at this stage of the game. Only now lost the tier 1 tower bottom. They'll happily trade it away for the tier 2 in the top lane. The defense mounted on their own tier 1 middle. They're gonna try and reconnect up on top before this tier 2 goes down. No Kataomi is there. They don't know if anybody else is nearby. Jabs, major thorn in their side. They know he's here.
Okay, patay ka na.
Gets off the dart. There's the glimpse. It's gonna be a very easy kill. Armel claiming it for himself. 6-1 and 7 on the Pango. You're not gonna be persuaded from trying to go out around here. Okay, they have access to the meta of the Terrorblade, as well as the limited Manta style, so they could try and go all in on this one. There's gonna be the meta. Overwhelming odds does get rid of most of the illusions of the TV. Summon some additional ones, activating the Manta style. At the tier 3 tower. Entity, their options for initiation are literally just Toby at this point in time. He definitely does not want to blink in onto any of these heroes.
Overwhelming odds does a good bit of damage here. So hard for Entity to get into these fights. You can just see that it's like they're kind of poking and prodding. Stormstormer and Pure don't even want to have a fire. Just say, okay, tier 3 tower, whatever, we're just going to lose a few. We're just going to let that one be and see if we can get a bit more of it involved across the map. Now, this is starting to look a little dire straits here for Entity. I think it was dire straits from minute 0, but doing a good job at least buying a bit of time. Storms has been constantly across the map, pushing out these waves, getting a whole lot of network, getting closer and closer towards BKB here. Same with Pure. So I think once they first have double BKBs, they're going to try and get a team fight with Toby blinking in to see if they can duel the Terrorblade. Again, Global Silence on top, see if they can blow him up with the BKB of the Shadow Fiend and the BKB of the... Definitely have the damage to kill the Terrorblade. I don't think they're lacking in damage at all. I think it's just more about can they survive the first couple of seconds of these team fights and actually blow them up, because Toby's pretty squishy, Kataomi's pretty Fishman's pretty squishy. Even Stormstormer to an extent is going to be pretty squishy. So if they don't catch the right target and they don't have this team fight being as executional as they can, then that's definitely be bad gear fire.
It's scary as well is that even though he's about to pick up this BKB for Stormstormer, get a right click down, Terrorblade. Now, just trying to make sure that they can defend through this. The tier 2 tower is going to be under aggression soon, but yeah, why is idea to fight into Fnatic right now? Doesn't seem like it. Toby does pick up a blade mail at the very least, so there's something. With how overwhelming this physical damage is, if you can find a favorable duel, make a huge difference to their fortunes here, but you have to be so careful. Well, from the Pure, not going to really help all that much damage-wise, given that already have access to an Armel Blink, so he's just going to go to the far side of the fight, and Jabs has BKB already. Now they're going to smoke up. Full pop, Kataomi finds the impale onto Jabs. That is not the hero they want to catch first, but here's the Static Storm just before the duel comes out, but unfortunately, will still end up being dead. Global Silence will help cover it. Be getting stunned up by the Shrimpling Thunder. You'll kind of lay out these right clicks onto this Undying. The Requiem will get cancelled out. Not going to be allowed to channel, but it's not going to matter. They're still gotten the kill onto the Undying. Because this back to the right clicks off this Terrorblade. And finally, the Requiem is let rip by Pure. It bounces back Armel. That fear will prevent Terrorblade as well from coming up the ramp to finish off this Shadow Fiend. Alright, Entity. Find a good fight with the initiation from Kataomi. Although they did drop down the Static Storm, you got the duel first, so you still end up getting the kill for yourself onto the Jabs. And we've seen the effectiveness of Jabs in the midst of these team fights. Killing him first is honestly a dream come true.
Yeah, I think that was the perfect bit of initiation that Entity were able to get done. Armel did a really good job with the roller tunnel to be able to just keep some of these heroes at bay, but Pure popping that BKB is being able to wail in onto Jabs, who wasn't able to get his own BKB as well. So Entity, they're starting to team fight their way back into this. I think the biggest thing for me, Raven was literally nowhere to be seen. On the other side of the map, I think he was back from base as well. So he just had to kind of awkwardly waddle back in towards that team fight. The team fight was 95% over by the time
scanning for enemies.
Close for Fnatic, and you see that they're able to kind of make that team fight look not all too bad, even without their big bad Terrorblade. I think Entity did the perfect spot to be able to abuse the fact that there was Terrorblade there. Starting to claw their way back into this game. Still a long road ahead of them though. Have a lot more of the try and get done. But if they make them as clean as they have been so far, you're certainly looking into a pretty good shout right now. You'd feel pretty bad if you're Fnatic if you lose, you know, dominant early stages that you had on a lot of...
This will do nicely.
We have a smoke up right now from Entity. Potentially want to announce themselves on the map. They know that the second Roshan is online right now. Not want to give it up. Roma. Have a gem. He scouts out the vision here on this high ground. Could get jumped on, so he needs to be careful. 2 is going to be there. You see the drop down on the Static Storm from DJ, but it's only connect onto Kataomi. Jazz also initiates the BKB. They'll try going for the Wukongs right next to this outpost, but the Global Silence will catch him. And here's Toby with the dual kill. They brought down Jazz. But Armel engaging the fight and the Rolling Thunder. It glimpses back Toby. Will they be able to get more out of this though? Only this leading commander under direct threat at the moment. Even Elsie's not there. She only passes on right now. And now they need to leave the rest of this engagement. Kataomi finds a stun onto Armel. Able to bring down this tangle here. And now they're on the retreat. Stormstormer blinks forward, gets off the ice wall to slow these heroes down with the EMP to follow. Jaguar taking all the right clicks in the world. Stormstormer actually gets glimpsed back to safety. But Pure will end up dying to the raw damage of Raven as he finally unleashes the meta and throws in this damage. That is going to be a kill onto Pure. And as soon as he dies, Entity decide to beat the hasty retreat. At the end of the day, they fluke the 2-2 engagement, but Fnatic will end up losing 2 of their core heroes before they bring down 2 of the cores of Entity. And for a team that was this dominant not that long ago, it kind of feels like a win for Entity, except for the fact that they're giving up Roche. I think they're okay. Not happy, but they're okay with how that fight went.
Yeah, just Fnatic. Raven is playing very, very scared in these team fights. I understand that he didn't have the Metamorphosis, but you're so far ahead in a lot of these fights that even with Terrorblade in the melee form, if you're able to just walk in and just enable Armel to be able to kind of run around these fights and not have to do everything himself. Oh, speaking of Armel, he got stuck.
He gets stuck indeed, but Toby is also stuck in the middle of all of these heroes on the side of Fnatic. So buyback instantly though. But this is Static Storm committed. That was Wukong's committed, as well as the Rolling Thunder. So Tombstone's also down, committed to try and secure a fight earlier on the high ground. So that means that Entity have a slight window where they have the advantage with some of their spells being online and Fnatic not having access to theirs. Roshan is also fairly low here. Still a scary place to be. Should I make the jump
They
first?
know that Sunder is on down now. I think the Forge Spirit or that Raven had the Sunder there onto quite well. So maybe this might be a good time for Vexy to try and get this one going. Jab in the front. So much damage from Armel.
Armel. Just one swashbuckle almost straight up killed the Invoker.
Radiant's middle tower.
There had been a potential follow-up with the Boundary Strike. Final spree in would have just been a disaster. They will not flinch and well. Does have buyback available though.
Middle tower
Only choose to commit it. Pure has to go into the Roshan pit. These Forge Spirits going in, have this Mountain Strike, so if they're given time to hit the Roche, it'll be a lot easier for Entity. Here comes Armel though with the Rolling Thunder. They're caught out onto the Silencer, but the Silencer has Global available. They're not going to be able to kill him just yet. Will he be committing the spell? No. He dies, and now Pure caught inside with the Clips will be able to find the Requiem. Yeah, it's still chasing him down though, hoping to be able to find this kill. Erstwhile, you see the duel coming in on the north side of the fight. Gabs still chasing Pure. Pure trying his utmost, Hurricane Pike away, but he's caught on the edge of the kinetic field and will be brought down. They do kill Armel on the side of Entity, but they lose their big Pure Shadow Fiend, and because he's dead, they have nobody to hit the Roshan, so Raven will happily come back in the pit. However, Entity still have 4 heroes waiting in the wings. They really want to dissuade him from making this jump. They still have the global to cover this, and there's no BKB on Raven just yet. That's only
middle tower
can't find a way into this fight. Gosh, things are still so tense, Fluke, despite being 5k gold up. They just can't find a way into this Roshan pit clean at the moment.
Yeah, just haven't been able to really get this team fight going the way they want to. Now they're going to use the Global Silence. That is definitely not a good Global Silence that comes in there for Fishman. Not a response that comes in, and now this is going to be a free Roshan in with responding. They've lost the rats in the top side of the map, by the way. They had lost an entire layer of rats due to these creatures pushing in, and now Entity, they're in such a rough spot. Kata Omi goes down. Both these teams, I feel like they're starting to feel the pressure of TI Keats now. You can really see that Raven is playing so scared in all of these fights. He does not want to go in anywhere near these members. As long as he knows that he has an Aegis or either has a BKB in his back pocket, Armel and Jasmine they're getting in the face of it. The fact that they were dominating this game. They were absolutely destroying Entity. Now this game is starting to peter out. They're actually starting to wrangle back their lead once again, but Entity, they almost were able to fight themselves back into this one, and Fnatic lost from here. I feel like the rest of the group stage, man, that definitely would have been a very tough pill to swallow.
Definitely see the nerves. I mean, Fnatic, Raven in particular, hasn't been in a successful TI team in quite some time. Last time that he was able to come place very highly was all the way back at TI6 with TNC. Really wants to try and reach those heights again, so needs to be as careful as humanly possible. Sometimes though, being overly cautious can be the reason you don't go as far as you'd like to. This game, Fnatic still in a good position. KB now available for Raven. 4 of the other heroes of Fnatic are smoked up, looking for a fight. They're a little bit too far now. I think they should be like, well, we haven't found anybody. Smoke's about to expire. Please get some vision out, and indeed, General drops it. Allows them to have some degree of awareness of what's happening between these tier 2s and tier 3s on the side of Fnatic middle.
And I think this game is all important for these two teams. They're not going to spoil some of the results for this team match. the way some of these results have been going, 2-0 here is huge for Entity. Absolutely massive for them to at least try and have at the upper bracket.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Get their second map here, then that means on their day number 3 they don't have to have a really standout performance. Like they don't have to go like 6 in a day to try and pull back this route for them. So you can tell that both these teams understand how important this game really is with how close Group B has been throughout the entirety of these last couple of days. So they don't want to put themselves into perpetuity where if there's
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
They really want to try and make this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Slow siege coming out of the Raven Terrorblade with the illusions. From doing his utmost far to trying to straight this push. Drop the Meteors, drop the Deafening Blast. Not going to be good enough though, and they can't close the gap to reach his tombstone either. Entity just choose to let it go. First lane of 4 racks has fallen. Top lane, there is still a melee rack remaining. But Fnatic certainly attempt this maneuver again as soon as humanly possible. Might not be possible within this particular run of the Aegis. The item is about to expire in 2 minutes. Still have 100 seconds before meta is available again. So they'll be, given how they've been playing this game extremely cautiously, they probably will wait for another opportunity. However, Fluke, that does give a chance toward Entity to try and reclaim this game a little bit. And they got some of the items to be able to do so. Stormstormer has a Hex BKB with the Blink. They can surprise some of these heroes. But more importantly, Pure's picked up a Butterfly now. He's getting closer towards having this Chrysalis. Nobody on the enemy team has anything close to an MKB just yet. Terrorblade hates buying MKB in general. So Pure has upped his effective HP by giving himself this massive degree of additional evasion.
Yeah, he still also has to try and deal with Armel. And the Butterfly is good for kind of stand tall up against Armel. As you said, a little bit of extra effective HP can kind of mean that getting off the Requiem or Requiem, winning some of these fights, going back and forth. Obviously, Armel has the thunder. You have to be very, very careful with how you're playing these fights here, but I do like the pickup. I think you kind of leave this far behind the 8-ball, you kind of have to pick these big items up like the Hex or like the Butterfly. Because otherwise, you're going to get the fight going on. More jabs.
Onto jabs. Global Silence will help cover this one as well, and they do get the kill. That's actually going to be 3 damage away the way of Toby, but you will die for this one. Pure inside the BKB, trying to TP out. There are no bashes coming in from Armel during the swashbuckle. There's no cancellation. He's able to get back. Hataomi trying to find Junwell. Junwell is going to go into the flesh golem just to make sure he doesn't get caught out here. They're going to be a glimpse back though onto Hataomi. This next assassin surrounded and killed. No buyback available from him. No buyback available from the Legion Commander. That might be the opening that Fnatic were looking for. They're going to hope to try to at least force buybacks. Once they are cognizant of the fact that they don't exist, the full-throated push onto this third and final lane of racks. Gonna get this easily here. Stormstormer attempting the delays. He gets glimpsed back all the way to middle. This is not good. This is very not good, Fluke. He can't even approach straight through here. He's gonna have to move all the way around through the bottom lane, and that's gonna give them so much time to try and force this third and deciding lane of racks. Oh gosh. He's actually coming in on the backline. No, triple Meteor gets dropped down. Junbo will end up being his primary victim. That'll give space for Pure to try and take down the tombstone. He succeeds in his endeavor, but now maybe he's a little bit vulnerable. Left back into the middle of the frame. Can't get up the red because there's the Rolling Thunder. There's the Wukong's command right on top of him. And there's going to be the kill. No buyback available for the Pure Shadow Fiend. However, maybe they keep this fight going. Toby, off the blade mail, doing so much damage to Raven. Raven's going to die. What a duel coming in from the Toby Legion Commander. He's going to lose his life for this, but who the hell cares? He might actually die, actually. Damage is not coming in from jabs just yet. The boundless strike's going to be beautiful, but there was an even better Nyx Assassin stun with it by Carapace. Not going to be enough, though, to actually threaten this Monkey King. As he gets himself back, saving the life of Disruptor in the process. But because of the kill onto the Raven Terrorblade, Entity have held the base here, Fluke. Mega creeps are not available. Fnatic will have to try again. And Entity still have another opportunity to make this a 2-0 series.
Alright, boys and girls, strap yourselves in. We are getting ourselves into late game Dota right now. It's Snare and Fluke, and there's a comeback coming in. So I'm expecting this to be 60 minutes now. I'm just gonna say it now. I'm just gonna manifest it. It's 60 minutes. We're just gonna, just talk about tier 5 items. comes in like 25 minutes, we're going to be like, okay, this game's starting to look even once again, and Steve's going to get all these towers. We're going to be talking about like the 10th Roshan. I think at that point maybe Gaben himself just spawns into Dota and says, okay, here you go. Whoever gives me, you know, the Christmas hug or whatever is able to win the cake. It's going to be a long one here, Snap. Usually what happens when we get towards the end of the group stages here of TI. These games get oh so close, and I even talked about how important this game is going to be for both Entity as well as Fnatic. We're getting to the latter stages of day number 2 here for both these two groups. Oh no, they're down at Armel.
Oh my god, that Spike Carapace. But the Spike Carapace also leads into a huge Static Storm. Unfortunately, he's working in it. Stormstormer can't get himself out of this. The Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter prevents him from activating his BKB. So the mids are traded out here. There's a Global Silence committed from Entity for this though. So they have to run away. That's, if they got off the Stormstorm of BKB, that would have been such a huge fight for the side of Entity. But DJ, Static Storm with Ags, this Disruptor hero, when it's effective, it is so damn good in this fight. But yet again, Entity still happier with their trade overall. They have buyback on Invoker if needed. That's yet another kill, and that's yet another stalling of this game. There's no Roche available for Fnatic to just claim immediately off the back of this. Entity, name of the game is buy more space and time, and that's exactly what they achieved with that kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they need to do, right? Obviously, playing towards the BJ Ags is going to be hard for them. Comes that ability that's, I don't say it's impossible to outplay, but you are going to have to predict what DJ is doing, but DJ is going to be the one that's going to play the space of the game here. And you can see what Fnatic is doing. They want hero down, but they don't care. They want to go in towards space here and Entity and take down Toby.
Doesn't buyback. We'll activate the blade mail, but he's already dead. Getting glimpsed back onto Fishman here. They forced the immediate buyback on the LC. Armel respawning himself. As Fnatic, you're happy with this, right? Forcing buybacks. Sometimes that's also the name of the game for you. Ensure that the next time a fight rolls around, they can't buy back and defend from this high ground. So now Toby dies again. It's a very awkward situation. Oh no, Fishman also needs to be careful. He is instrumental to how these fights have been playing out if he has the global. He'll be up in 10 seconds. He does have buyback. He's got to return to it. There's going to be the chaotic bubble. Look at Raven. He's falling so low. He's a Thunder target, but he activates the metamorphosis.
Oh, the Static
laying out this damage. Static Storm on the back of the fight. Isolating Shallowy. And SF is gone. He is forced to buy back almost instantly, but they also found Toby in the meantime, who doesn't have the buyback. He jabs though, taking damage from Pure in the gang. You'll be able to kill him without buyback. But the thing that they wanted is the Megas, and they've got them. Mega creeps available for the Radiant lineup. And who can they catch on the retreat? Kataomi. Looking for somebody, looking for anybody. Instead, he's the one that gets found out because Fnatic, they're like, we're right here, buddy. All of us are together. Kataomi, if he dies here, he doesn't have buyback, it's going to be a dieback onto him. And indeed, he does end up taking a tumble. Fortunately for the side of Entity, they did lose jabs earlier, so I don't think Fnatic wants to run into the base right now. At Entity, this game is hard. Stormstormer jumping forward with this SF. They were hoping to find Armel, but he blinked away to safety just before the Hex would come into play.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Also, it's going to be very, very hard for them to actually catch this Pangolier. Entity, though, backs against the wall. So what EG were able to do today up against the Mega Creeps was a Rapier for RTZ. Maybe it might be Rapier type here for Pure. He had a lot more gold than what he does. Having a buyback in that last fight really does start to dwindle away at these characters. Any purses, and maybe Rapier is going to be what Pure's going to need. Well, Kobe, not anything close towards a BKB Storm. Storm has a lot of gold. He has a lot of ways that being able to lead these kind of late game kind of invokes, but it's going to have to be something special that comes out of Storm, like a massive kind of, you know, tornado, meatball, deafening blast, like double combo to be able to try and take down Armel. So maybe if they can utilize it on Raven, he's got his BKB as well. So going to be a lot of these team fights going in now with the Aegis out onto Raven. I don't know, man. This feels like it's going to be hard, but Entity, they're fighting tooth and nail. Not so much that they're going to be out of TI if they lose this game, but they definitely are going to be backs against the wall. They want to try and end this day 6-4. Going 5-5 just puts more and more pressure onto these final couple of days of the group stages here, Snap. The investor wants the TI menu.
Invisibility!
Some of the best teams in the world have found themselves bounced out of TI because of those best of one situations.
Yep.
The worst thing ever. Also, you know, if you haven't been at TI, either it's your first time here or you haven't been here in several years, the first experience on the main stage being direct elimination from a BO1, pain and suffering. Here comes Fnatic though. Again, they get the Sunstrike out. X is out onto the Terran Blade as well. The triple meteor is dropped with the Requiem, but they just don't have the damage here. They get off this Metamorphosis. Picking him down inside the Wukong command. And Zeta is gone without buyback. Storms over. Very likely to follow it. But the Rolling Thunder from Armel connects on the board at the same time. Also able to trap down and lock onto the silencer. And with all these heroes dead, Entity read the writing on the wall. They see the 5-5 in their eyes, and they call the GG, giving Fnatic the Game 2 victory and making group number B one of the most interesting and entertaining groups that have happened in TI history. This is lovely to watch here, Fluke. Sad if you're an Entity fan, but wonderful.
Group stage 3. Wala nang games dito. Neswap ko nga lang.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
2 have been killed. Mercy stays my hand.
Ano, 1-1, 2-0. 0, 2-0. 2-0, 2-0, 1-1. Bet boom. Okay guys, bukas ulit. Salamat sa labat. Ay ano ba to? Si Boss Dave pala to. Maglaro ka naman. Yan yung kanina.